No more bad government in Nigeria. Nigeria what? The only media that have been consistent speaking against the bad government and for the purpose for reformers. Nigeria what? Yo! No more bad government. Nigeria what? No more bad government. Nigeria what? No more bad government. The only media that have been speaking. No more bad government. The voice of the voiceless. No more bad government. For the poor, no more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what be here? No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. In Nigeria, no more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. The only media, the number one media in Nigeria, no more bad government. That have been speaking against government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what you? The voice of the voiceless. The voice of the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Niger what? Voice for the voiceless. Niger watch media. The only media that have been speaking against bad government. Being consistency since 1944.
Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless.
Umuwame.
Voice for the voiceless.
Umuwame.
Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless.
Voice for the voiceless.
Voice for the voiceless.
Niger watch you. We have been seeing all you guys have been doing, and we recommending to everyone in Nigeria, saying that you guys are the number one. Niger watch you.
Well, this is dangerous. The job people are contemplating on doing the unspeakable. Just watch this video. Please, I can't talk too much. The jobs are, I've said the crisis in River State is very, very dicey. Look at what people are saying on Twitter. Look at what people are saying. Bomb this, let's join the Igbos to create a country of our own. Bomb this, bomb that. So, listen to this and make of it what you have to make of it. Because the crisis in River State is something else. I don't know. I'm even not looking at it. I'm not looking at it from the angle some people are looking at it. What I'm looking at is that a precedent is being set. Watch this video. We'll be right back.
It's not about shouting. That is the strategy. It's not about shouting. While we are clamoring for our state, and they will give us our state. They're going to give us our republic. Let all the Ijaw people storm it. Let us be as many as possible in that place. Storm Tinubu. Let us combine with the Igbos. While we are agitating for our own country, we combine with the Igbos so that this country will break off.
What is the first tactic that should be used to divide this country?
There are strategies. If we want those strategies, let's create a WhatsApp group and then decide it there.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
To stop the oil flow so that Tinubu can provide for himself.
The only way to stop oil flow is by bombing of the pipeline.
They can go and bomb Bonny now and everything will end.
Yeah.
They can go and bomb Bonny now and everything will end.
Yeah, tell those people to shift from those areas. When they shift, you cut it off. You cut it off. So you cut it off from Nembe there. You cut it off from Nembe. That is how they do it. It will explode there. Don't worry, people that it will explode on, tell the people on time to shift. They will all shift. The ones that are stubborn will give up their life for it. The ones that are not stubborn will shift. They cut it off. We have achieved one. We cut as many the upper own where it flows. It's still the Ijaw houses. It flows through the Opopo to the what is it called? The Omok. You cut it off from that area too. You must bring them on their knees.
The AGF, the Attorney General of the Federation, has come out to speak on the crisis in Rivers State. It is being said that the president was ill-advised on his actions in Rivers State, declaring a state of emergency, suspending the governor, the deputy, and other 27 lawmakers. Now, Nigerians are of the opinion that Tinubu has contravened Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution. Let's watch this video and see what the AGF has to say concerning the actions of Tinubu in Rivers State.
Oh, removing the governor, removing the deputy governor. You see, you decide each case on its own peculiar facts and circumstances. Who are the people involved? Who are the parties involved in this saga? They are the governor, members of the House of Assembly. So who else should have been affected? I've heard this funny argument. I'm sorry for saying it is funny because it doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, that the president should have just gone there to secure the pipelines and then come back. When some people are there encouraging vandals to come in. The action of the president is what happened is the effect of a fundamental cause, and you cannot be treating the cause, the effect, in order to cure the cause. What was the cause? The governor and members of the House of Assembly. So you don't try to. You have to behave responsibly, and you must have the guts. If it happens again, I will encourage Mr. President to do the same, maybe this time with even greater vigor and vitality. So the question of separating or treating or giving preferential treatment to anybody does not arise. You give preferential treatment to anybody, you are giving preferential treatment to hooliganism. Just call a spade a spade. This is where I believe that we should put up our patriotism cap. It shouldn't be about individual. It should not be about anybody. It should be about the entity called Nigeria. But in this case, the Rivers State. So it is Rivers State's turn today. It can be anybody's turn tomorrow. Let the signal be clearly sent for those who want to foment trouble, who want to make the practice of democracy and enjoyment of deviant of democracy a mirage, to think twice.
Now it is clear that the AGF, Justice Fagbemi, is on the same page with the president. Also, we believe that the legislature headed by Akpabio will still be on the same page with President Tinubu. This is big trouble for Rivers State. As we speak, another pipeline has been blown in Rivers State. 3 pipelines blown within 2 days. And today is just 3 p.m. Pipelines are being blown. Rivers State accounts for over 30% of our oil output every day. It's going to affect the economy. It's going to affect Nigerians big time. And I pity for the people of Rivers State. However, when you look at the crisis in Rivers State, you know that the APC is interested.
President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, that your whole administration is a terrible administration. And in this video, I will be addressing the Minister of Education and the Commissioner of Education for Delta State. Your administration are terrible. They are the worst administration ever. You people should be ashamed of yourself for occupying such office. As a Minister of Education, you are supposed to look after anything concerning education in Nigeria. As a minister, what are you doing? You are doing nothing. You are doing nothing. I can remember in 2017, I paid 16,500 naira to write my WAEC. It's the same WAEC that students are paying 120,000 naira for in 2025. 120,000 naira for WAEC. 120,000 naira. I wrote WAEC with 16.5, 2017. Now, if you just go to the street, you will see a lot of students that are not going to write this 2025 WAEC. Why? Because there's no money. They did not register. They don't have money to register. Go to the market, you will see students that are supposed to be in school. They are hawking pure water. They are selling things. Minister of Education, I'm talking to you. Go to the market. You will see students that are supposed to be in school. They are hawking. Why? Why? Because your administration is a failed administration. In 2017, I bought 80 leaves. 80 leaves for 120, 150. Now 80 leaves is 600 naira. 700 naira is some places 80 leaves. Okay, let's talk about the private schools. Before, a parent can use 30,000 naira to register 2 years old. 2 years old, 2 years old in school. Now, if you want to register your 2 years old, you are going to owe nothing less than 150. And that is not even a standard school, though. It's not a standard private school, though. Let not even go there. Just normal, casual private schools around. You are going to owe nothing less than 120 for a 2 years old, 1 year old. And you are saying your administration is not a failed administration. Minister of Commissioner and Minister of Education, your administration are failed administration, and you people are supposed to be ashamed of yourself. I can remember in 2018 when I was going to Benin to write my post-TME, I paid 600 naira from Warri to Benin. 600 naira. Now, if you want to go to Benin, you spend nothing less than 5,000 naira to go to Benin here. From Warri to Benin, you pay nothing less than 5,000 naira. Minister of Transportation, what are you doing? What is your job? What is your job? Mr. President, your whole administration is terrible. A terrible administration. The worst thing that have ever happened to Nigeria is you, Mr.
And I dare you, Nigerian youth, speak your own truth and post it. If it is only Raye, they will be chasing her up and down the place. We should probably even have a day where everybody speaks to their experiences and post it online, and then let's see how many people they are going to go and arrest. Look, this is not about Raye. It's about allowing an atmosphere of fear where people are afraid to express their pains. How do you beat a child and then demand that the child should not cry? How? So Raye is not about Raye, it's about us as a collective. If you have found the capacity to criticize that girl for saying what you know to be the truth, you might quarrel with her language. And I know a lot of people quarrel with my own language as well. But it is not my duty to speak in a language that is pleasant to my oppressor. My oppressor can go do one just because he doesn't like my language. I hope he doesn't like it. When I speak in terms that are provocative, it is deliberate. I want the person who is oppressing me, limiting my capacities in my country, to be angry by my capacity to also speak to the fact of my situation. So if the girl has spoken in a manner that they don't like, let them address the truth of what she has said. To be all these farcical gyrations, she abused the president. How did she? Is a terrible president. Is that a lie? How much more terrible does the president have to be before we say he's terrible? He is terrible. The quality of life has been eroded for everybody, from the lowest to the highest. The only people who are having anything good in Nigeria today are essentially people who have been offered one toll gate or the other from which to be feeding fat on the Nigerian people, or they have direct access to the public purse. So if a youth copper who is feeling the pinch of life in Lagos speaks to that fact, how does that become an offense? We have become... The painful thing is that what is important is abandoned, ignored, and then we are chasing shadows. You don't like the way the girl said the truth that she has said.
Many Nigerians actually admire your courage, but fear government retaliation, as they say.
Fear.
What will you say to young Nigerians who want to fight injustice but are afraid, sir?
See, the first thing you do if you want to fight injustice, speak. What Raye has done is to speak. You might not like the way she has spoken her truth. Speak it the way you feel it should be spoken. But do not take away a person's capacity to speak to the fact of their reality. Yorubas will say that the inability to speak to your pains is the beginning of your ruination. The girl spoke to her reality. If more Nigerians will speak to their reality, maybe they will be so uncomfortable they might even begin to do the right things.
Finally, sir, if you had just one message to share with Nigerian people right now, what would it be?
If you gain nothing else before 2027, make sure you have the capacity to choose who rules you. Because these ones that you are not choosing, they are ruining you. Look at what they are doing in Rivers. He offers you an example. And the fact that Yakubu Mahmoud is still in office is a slap on every Nigerian. That guy should be out of that place and we should be focused on electoral reform. That's the only thing I would love them to hear.
Thank you so much for this.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you very much.
Alright, so as you all know, because of the heat of what is going on in River State, there have been some burst of pipeline explosion here and there. Now, I have my suspicions as to the people that are responsible for these things. Suspicions. But then again, I just feel the need to say this to all our youth in the Niger Delta region. I know because of what is going on, some of you want Fubara to still be there. Some of you want Wike. You know, the politics, the tension is very high. And some of you will want to make a statement. Please, 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 please. I want you all to understand that whatever you do, don't take your mind towards busting of pipelines. Because now, the thing will affect pass. All these politicians, they say, okay, yes, I won't scare. They no go feel them because they don't stack money, they don't save money. Go back to our history. If you now know how many years Niger Delta suffered this issue of busting of pipelines, our lands will be contaminated. The lands will be contaminated. People know if you farm. Poverty don't come. Nobody will buy fuel. Companies go start to they run. You understand? All those companies go they run. So what do? Now, I would still understand that even as those companies, nobody say people, they benefit. A lot of those communities still, they suffer. Because the leaders, they harness everything. They chop them for themselves alone. But please and please, do not be an instrument of all these bad people to go the bust pipeline. Do not be used as an instrument to bust pipeline. This is Nigerian property. Do not scatter Nigerian property for any reason. If you want to stand for whoever you are supporting, think of a better way to do it. Busting of pipeline takes us back. Takes us back. You know, they carry us go front. You understand? Politicians, mostly, they care about what they won't get. I still understand, say, if you bust them, it will cause them a little bit of a problem. But now we they suffer and pass. That being said, I still don't suspect Niger Delta youth of busting. All this one where happened recently. I still suspect them. Not them. I still suspect. I feel like they needed something to happen so that they'll feel Rush River State. May they declare this their state of emergency. That is my suspicion. I'm not saying that that's what happened. It's a suspicion. Because the way they quickly take run enter River State. You understand? Declare the state of emergency. Oh, Fubara suspension. You don't understand? You gonna see something fishy was going down. You understand? Pipeline just do poof. Next thing they don't reach. You be like saying, nah, them. Now you still run this package. But like I said, this is a Nigerian property. Make una no involve yourself in things like this. Anything where concern vandalizing, breaking pipelines, busting of pipeline explosion, I beg. Please. Niger Delta don't suffer enough. I beg. Did I remind you that oil from that place, now in the survival of us for this country. Nigeria no get any other thing where they give them money. We know they produce anything. No be say the government no fit encourage production, but they will not do it. This oil money don't cause problem. Don't claim a lot of lives. It don't claim a lot of lives. And this is another reason why they cannot welcome technology. They cannot welcome all these they cannot welcome all these electric cars and all that. Because the oil money too big. So they don't want anything that will make that oil money stop coming. So all these politicians, they will do anything for that oil. Understand, now they survive the whole country. So why did they say you won't make statements to politicians? It will also affect us. And now we be the ants in the scheme of things. We are the ants in the scheme of things. So unless we unite as ants, we're not going to do anything. If they scattered all over the place, we can't do anything. They'll just crush us with their legs. Do not scatter or put yourself, get involved in anything that has to do with exploding of the pipelines. Please, please and please, please and please. Thank you very much.
We really need to call state of emergency for port, for belle, not be for people when they do their stomach infrastructure behavior. Beans, 2 rubber, 9,000. See, Gary, when they want to drink 6,000. Oh yeah, not there, things not there. We need state of emergency for all belle, because the government, they affect everything. Firewood, high person they cook, even the dear firewood we are buying now. 4,000 naira now just put now. We need state of emergency. Make mothers come and not they carry your people for front. Mothers, no, they go market on us, support stay front. Make government hear our voice. When I go use my phone, take screenshot close one and not go so for 10 years. Even everything they affect government. In a room, you know the function. No lights. I want a function. Person they stagnant. Hi.
If this issue had to do with breach of security in whatever form, the question that should naturally be asked, who controls the police, the military, and the DSS, the governor or the president? Now, ladies and gentlemen, our demand and call to action. Number 1, immediate reversal. We call on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to immediately revoke this unconstitutional proclamation and reinstate the elected governor, deputy governor, and state assembly of Rivers State. Two, National Assembly reduction. We call on patriotic senators and representatives to vote against this illegal action when it comes before them for approval. The National Assembly must stand on the right side of history and not allow itself to be used to legitimize an unconstitutional power grab. Three, judicial intervention. We urge the judiciary to act swiftly in striking down this proclamation, as it sets a dangerous precedent that could be used to arbitrarily remove any governor in the future. I am very happy to read the ruling of a judge in Rivers State which directed a status quo. Number 4, Nigerians must defend democracy. It's not only the responsibility of the opposition to defend democracy. It's the responsibility of all Nigerians, all of you, to defend democracy. Otherwise, there won't be a Nigeria. We call on all civil society organizations, political groups, and Nigerians of good conscience to stand firm in the defense of this democracy that we all have toiled to build. Rivers State is not a conquered territory, and Nigeria is not a dictatorship requiring the replacement of an elected governor with a military administrator. We recall that even when a previous administration had declared a state of administration in parts of the country bedeviled by insurgency and acts of terrorism, the governors of the concerned states were not removed from office, as this administration has done. This action by Tinubu therefore represents a new law for our country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the historical unrest in the Niger Delta should not be forgotten so soon. Past administration had made great efforts and sacrifices to restore peace and stability to the Niger Delta, which is critical to the economic health and stability of Nigeria itself. This federal government should not manufacture political crises that could disrupt the fragile stability and return the country to the past that we have all prayed to leave behind for good. We must never allow personal political interests and the desire to hold on to power at all costs to throw the country into unavoidable chaos through brazen subversion of the principles of federalism, democracy, and constitutional governance. This is not just about Rivers State. It is about the future of Nigeria's democracy. Thank you. We have a panel of representatives, and we welcome any question. Thank you very much indeed.
President is at liberty to lift this suspension. Is that what you are saying? Okay, please can we get somebody to second? Honorable Miriam.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. My name is Right Honorable Miriam Odinaka Onoha. I represent Isi Alambano, Onimo, Okigwe Federal Constituency. I am from Imo State. This morning I rise to second this motion as moved by my brother Ali Jesse, that this House do support the proclamation in view that it could be reviewed shorter than the 6-month period when the two parties come to table, whether it's tomorrow or even earlier than that. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Those in support of this request should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Any more contributions? Any more contributions? So we put the question. Are we ready for the question? Are we ready? Those in support of this request of Mr. President as amended should say aye. Aye. Those in support of this request from Mr. President as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Thank you very much. Clerk.
If we argue, it won't be good for any of us. We are all distinguished people. You are a former governor, I'm a former governor. Let us, please, off the mic, sit down. Please be seated. I watched you on television, and you said no matter what the Senate does, the Senate will never go with you. The Senate will not go with you. You said no matter what this Senate does, the Senate will not have your vote on anything the Senate does. That's what you said on television. I don't know, but I'm saying that if you have already made up your mind to go and talk on television when the Senate has not even considered any issue, I want to let you know.
To me, please.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm only saying, please allow me to preside. Allow me to preside.
Make my point.
Stand up and make a point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please, we must have mutual respect for all of our colleagues, okay? And I do have regard for you, particularly as our presiding officer.
I appreciate
And I think that should be reciprocal. Now, the point of order, Mr. President, Henry Siraki Dixon by Elsa West. The point of order I rose to address is to draw the attention of the presiding officer and our colleagues to the specific provisions of our rules. Each one of us is guided by two documents: the Constitution of the Federal Republic, upon which we're sworn, and the rules that govern our proceedings. The proclamation has been read to us, and I wanted to draw your attention, Mr. President, respectfully, and the attention of all our colleagues, to the specific provisions of our rules. Order 135. The framers of this are very exhaustive. Once you say state of emergency declaration, there is a
Can
procedure.
can you read 135?
Let me read it. Say, look, 133. When the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, by instrument published in the Gazette of the Government of the Federation, issues a proclamation of a state of emergency in the Federation of any part thereof, he shall immediately after the publication, A, B, C, D. Now, since you have read it, now let me go to 135. The President shall, in a closed session, brief the Senate on the circumstances of the proclamation of a state of emergency.
Your point of order is upheld.
Thank you. So let's go to the closed session.
Please, he was about to move the motion for a closed session.
Thank you, sir.
In line with our rules. The rule is embedded in the heart of the Senate leader. He was about to move that motion for us to go to closed session.
Yes.
When you raise it, but I'm happy that you are reading your rules. So your point of order is happily upheld. Yes, Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I really wish distinguished Senator Seriake Dickson had allowed me, to, follow. And in the first instance, I came under Order 1B of our rules, which gives us power to regulate our procedure. And so the first task was for me to let our colleagues know that we're going to be changing the items as arranged on the other paper.
On the other paper.
Yes, sir. So the next thing, of course, was for me
Senator, did you hear that? He said that he came under Order 1B.
Yes.
To request the Senate to grant him approval to reorder the items on the other paper. And then thereafter, he was about to proceed to the next stage, which was to move a motion for us to go into a closed session.
Pursuant to Order 135 of our rules.
Too much. You can never. It's better to err on the part of surplusage. That's why I'm happy that you also read your rules.
Again, let me say I'm happy that most distinguished Senator Seriake Dickson is very familiar, with the rules, and like every one of us. That
Raising the point of order. Yes, Honorable.
The Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Honorable Obi Agocha. I represent the great people of Iguano, whom I had not, whom I had South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, since the President's letter concerns proclamation, Mr. Speaker, the constitutional procedures that must be followed as enshrined in Section 305, subsection 6B, that says for us to consider this President's request that this House must have two-thirds of members present. Mr. Speaker, may I please ask?
We already have our attendance registers, honorable colleague, and we will rely on that to ensure.
Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional.
Yes,
Can we do a head count, Mr. Speaker?
That
to
is not.
Ascertain that we have a quorum.
Yes.
To ascertain that we have.
Yes, yes. Our attendance register will guide us accordingly, honorable. Please. Sir? Our attendance registers will guide us accordingly. Members are still signing, and at the end of the day, we'll take attendance.
Mr. Speaker, can that be made available now for the members to know whether we have formed a quorum? Whether we have formed a quorum, Mr. Speaker, as enshrined in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, so that our deliberations are not going to be deliberations based on illegality.
It is noted, honorable. Please, you can sit down. Sit down, please. Your point of order is noted. Please sit down.
All right, for those of you that doesn't understand that last video, that was Labour Party rep, speaking, or rather Senator speaking against the unconstitutional suspension of this Governor Fubara and his deputy, you know. But if you check what the Mr. Speaker was trying to do there, continuously, as you know, these guys have demonstrated this same satanism in that house by trying to shut you up when you are trying to speak truth to power. So when the Labour Party senator, or rather, was trying to let the speaker know that, no, this is not right, we cannot go against the Constitution, then the speaker was doing everything possible to shut him up. And he ended up shutting him up. Now, so we see him. At least, this particular man now, what's his name? Let me see, because we've criticized these people all the time. We should also know that this man tried his best. Let's see his name. 1 minute. Yes, Honorable. His name is called Honorable. Let me see.
President's letter.
Honorable Obi. I can't see the other name right there. The House member representing Ikuano, Umuahia, North South Federal Constituency, demanding a head count to confirm the presence of the 2/3 majority of the House of. However, you know, then they stop him continuously. They don't want him to speak. Now, so we see, and we don't see him like that most times. And you also saw the other man that wanted to speak earlier on, where Akpabio was trying to shut him up as well. The man told Akpabio, we all are senators here. If I respect you, you must reciprocate that respect. Una still see that one. Make una not worry. And now more youths are coming out, speaking truth to power, telling Tinubu that he's a terrible president. You and I know that Tinubu is a terrible president. If guys don't take you, or if I'm not mistaken, for me as a young man, Tinubu is the worst president I have seen in the history of Nigeria. I'm not saying since I was born, I know what they do for life. Tinubu is the worst president I have seen. As I talk to Naso, we are almost going to 2 weeks now. No lights. Not be transformer spoil. In case you know, not be transformer spoil. No lights. They blink on yesterday for 15, maybe 10 minutes or so. I know every day else. Now my security man tell me, say they bring the light to, you know. I say, okay, thank God. He said, but now only 15 minutes now it last. So I was hopeful. Okay, they will bring and come back. You know, till now, since that 15 minutes where they give us yesterday, till now, no lights. Almost 2 weeks now. We are driving to 2 weeks. No lights. At the moment now, Nigeria is like a building built with no roof. You know what that means? It means that there's no single security in Nigeria right now. So everybody, you're on your own. Nothing is protecting you at this particular moment. Everybody bear your father's name. Now everybody they face right now in Nigeria. It's terrible. The country is terrible right now. You need to have a double mind or a double heart or crossed mind, anyhow you want to call them, for you to be in this country. If you know, so you not get all those kind of crossed mind, no, you'll come if they listen to me from abroad. You did there, they watch us from here. We this here. I love my country. I want my country to work. I this here. I did here. I'm not going anywhere. I did here. It's terrible. It's terrible. And I want more youth to come out and speak through social media. Maybe one day they will engage the streets. We'll continue to speak truth to power. Yes, you will listen to me now and say, oh, no, not talk, oh, they fear. Yes, many people in that category, many of them have died already. Many people said they don't want to talk so that they not die. Many of them have died through other means that they never wanted to address. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. My presentation never finished. Now you'll bear with me. Let's move towards your way.
Following up on the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, during a press conference on Wednesday, said the emergency rule declared by the president halted the Rivers House of Assembly's impeachment proceedings against Governor Fubara and his deputy. While speaking to journalists at the State House in Abuja, the AGF insisted that the president acted within the ambit of the law.
Don't forget, I think yesterday there was a notice of impeachment from the House of Assembly. If that impeachment had been allowed to take its full course, then the governor would have lost entirely and completely. So in a way, if you say it's a compromise, I will agree that instead of allowing the impeachment process to continue, and which in the end would have seen both the governor and the deputy governor out of office and been out for the entirety of the 4-year term, with the remainder of what we have, I am certain that the president has acted timeously after giving them enough rope. When you talk of state of emergency, it's an extraordinary situation. Normally, you allow the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary to continue to function. But like I said, Section 308 envisaged that there might be situations in which extraordinary matters or events will come up, which will require suspending the normal rights or privileges of those who are involved. Things are not working in Rivers. So the justification is those who brought this to be, who caused this, must be shown in clear terms that you don't do it and get away with it. There must be consequences for our action.
There must be consequences for our actions. I mean, Dr. Abati, this AGF's press conference has been, analyzed and dissected, and he made a lot of contradicting sentences. I mean, especially this last part, him saying that those who are involved must pay. I mean, leaving out Wike, I mean, did the governor just act by himself? Did he just decide to start fighting within his party? I mean, there was a huge factor, which is Governor Wike. But the AGF and Tinubu, none of them mentioned Wike as a factor of the cause of the problem. And then he also went ahead to mention Section 308 in the Constitution, saying that they envisaged that there will be a problem in River State, and that's why, the state of emergency was declared. And I guess the main crux of the issue in this particular video that I highlighted was the fact that he said, the president saved Fubara from impeachment. And I heard your analysis this morning. I mean, that would have been the better way to go. But how did they know that the impeachment process would have caused the governor to leave office? How do they know that? But let me just take one reaction, Dr. Abati. And this is from a video that's been circulating. In the meantime, a clip of Babajide Otitoju, an analyst on Journalists Hangout on TVC, condemning the unconstitutional removal of governors using Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution ahead of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency has gone viral. Let's take a look.
Based on the 1999 Constitution, you cannot have a state of emergency that will send a governor packing, that will send elected representatives of the people at the state level packing for a period of time. That was an antiquated law. Nigerians will have challenged Obasanjo that this law does not exist. But he used it in a number of states. An illegal law was used to send fellowship packing. There is no such thing. And I still hear people say, declare state of emergency. Nobody can declare a state of emergency in Nigeria currently, because we now know the law, although many people don't know. What the 1999 Constitution precises in the state of emergency is that during that period, you can arrest people for 90 days without trial. It was an illegal law that Obasanjo used and got away with it. But after that, no Nigerian president has tried it. If anybody tries it, that person will fail. It does not exist in our laws anymore.
All right, Dr. Abati, you said he was referring to the State of Emergency Act 1961.
On the basis of which the Tafawa Balewa government removed the
government in the Western region in 1962,
right,
and appointed Dr. Maje Kudume as, the sole administrator.
All right.
But what people should also realize is that in that First Republic, we were running a parliamentary government. The premier himself was a member of parliament. Okay, so first among equals. So once you dissolve the system, it was based on that, State of Emergency Act of 1961. And that was why I said earlier on this program that we no longer have that law. That law, which was quoted during the Obasanjo period, did not exist.
Right.
And that's the basis on which people are saying, the removal of democratic structures in the Ekiti and Plateau and Yobe State, was wrong under Obasanjo.
Right.
And that, look, under President Jonathan also, that law does not exist. Some people have been saying it now exists.
Right.
That's what and now I'm saying that I have not seen a copy of this, their 2018 act that some people have been quoting. Maybe there was a bill, but I'm not too sure that it passed through the complete process.
Right.
And in that light, even if that law exists, it's a subsidiary legislation. It cannot be superior to the Constitution. And to the extent that you have Section 1, Sub 2, you have Section 11, Sub 4, you have provisions under 305 also, and you have 188, that law, if it exists, is to the extent of its inconsistency with the Constitution, null and void. Simple, trite law.
Very well, very well. But this TVC journalist, he made all these comments way ahead, right before Tinubu's broadcast, before the declaration. Did he really? Okay, he changed his mouth. Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
That's why we say people should have integrity. He made all these comments before. But the man, he folded. He changed mouth afterwards. Guess what he was not quoting? He was not saying that somebody sent me about that emergency law. The TVC journalist, he was not quoting.
No, he's a very senior journalist.
I know, but with due respect, in this regard, you change mouths. That's just it.
How did he change?
We are talking facts.
Okay, what did he say?
Earlier, before now, Dr. Abati, he said all the right things before that decision was made. But next time, yes, and yesterday, at first he blamed Fubara all through. Now he was now talking about the fact that there was an emergency law of 1961 or 1962 that you were talking about.
There is 1961, yes.
And he claimed that law, somebody sent in, that not be repealed. So people are changing mouths. See, when we should be able to call people out, we call journalists out when they go astray. That's the ethics of this job. We're not doing it because we are doing paddy or friendship here. We are saying it because that's just it. Coming back to the main matter at hand, as regards even the decision made in the first place, with due respect, it shows that Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, the Attorney General, didn't even have strong points of reference in his arguments.
Right.
The point about the pipeline that was bombed. Oji, do you know that the pipeline started working back today? The pipeline is back on today. So all of that was just to be able to give somebody a bad name. That's just it. Let's call a spade here.
Well, all right. Before I want to just unpack the whole system. You said that this TVC journalist, has changed his stance at this point.
Babajide Otitoju.
Otitoju.
Yes.
Well,
he's an experienced journalist. Don't just say TVC journalist.
See, I just say TVC journalist because obviously it's easier for me not to pronounce Otitoju, but now you have taught me how to do it. Well, all right. In the meantime, in a controversial move, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday swore into office retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas as the sole administrator of Rivers State during a brief ceremony witnessed by Femi Gbajabiamila, the Chief of Staff to the President, and the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, eliciting a wave of reactions.
Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas will solemnly swear, affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
All right, let me take a reaction really quickly. This is from Inibehe Efyong, and I love to quote him because he's a lawyer as well. Well, he wrote a long tweet, and I'll read some parts. He wrote, "The Supreme Court decided that the statutory allocations due to Rivers State should be withheld because the governor did not recognize the House of Assembly and did not present the budget before the said House for passage. Well, President Tinubu claims that Governor Fubara, who had written to the same house to enable him present the budget, has failed to obey the Supreme Court. The same Tinubu went ahead to appoint a sole administrator after suspending the governor, deputy governor, and the members of the House of Assembly. Now we are reading that the withheld allocations will be released to the sole administrator, who is nothing but an impostor, concocted capriciously by the president. How do you reconcile this? If it was right for the allocations to be withheld because there was no House of Assembly due to the governor's refusal to present budget before the House, on what legal, moral, or logical basis are you releasing the same allocations to a sole administrator after suspending the governor and the House? Is the sole administrator a constitutional substitute for the House of Assembly and the governor? Well, in the meantime, drama unfolded in the House of Representatives as two female PDP lawmakers engaged in a heated shouting match over the constitutionality of the president's decision to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State before plenary began. Let's take a look. I mean, this is not something I wanted to see yesterday, but you can feel their growls with this declaration of a state of emergency at this moment. In Rivers State, residents trooped out to protest against the president's declaration of a state of emergency. Veteran actress Hilda Dokubo, who is an indigene of the state, described the crisis as a deliberate attempt to destabilize the state. Let's take a look.
I will say it over and over and over. What's going on in Rivers State is not signalizing Fubara. What's going on in Rivers State is a comeback for the economic soul of Rivers State. Somebody wants to grab the economic soul of Rivers State.
This is not right. This is not right. We are at peace. Let our children, let our families be at peace. Let people go to work at peace. All these army people driving about, this is not right. This is not right. This is not right.
All right, my heart goes out to them. Meanwhile, an eyewitness recorded a video showing a heavy military presence in Port Harcourt. In the video, the eyewitness claimed that soldiers were arresting people making videos of their presence in the state. Let's take a look.
See what is happening in Rivers State, where we have state of emergency because of someone was videoing and the person was caught. Someone was holding the camera and they had to stop and arrest the person. Soldiers are everywhere in River State. Like, it's crazy. Even here, if you look.
You know, this needs to be investigated. Nobody has any right to pick up anyone because they are filming at this moment. I'll just read Atedo's tweet before I come to you, Ayo, just to sum up this whole Rivers crisis. Atedo Peterside wrote on X, on the Rivers State crisis, all eyes are on the National Assembly. A two-thirds majority cannot be achieved via a voice vote. Members voting for or against the resolution to ratify the president's emergency actions must identify themselves and cast their votes individually, because we did see that report that there's, you know, that they might not even get enough votes to.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Affirm this state of
we expressed that earlier today, what Atedo Peterside said with regards to Nigerians deserve transparency in this matter. It's too contentious, it's a divisive order, and a lot of people want to see the outcome, especially because now all eyes on the National Assembly, who are the ones who are the determining factor in whether or not the suspension will go through, and whether or not they would uphold the Constitution, as in a number of people have said that the directive was unconstitutional. So later today, yesterday was the first day, they were not able to achieve quorum. So later today, they are going to be, debating on that, and then a vote will be passed. What is expected or what is required constitutionally is two-thirds majority in both houses, so Senate and the House of Representatives. If you look at the makeup of the House currently, of the National Assembly currently, APC has majority, but not enough majority on its own to form 2/3 to achieve, the passing on to accept the declaration by the president. However, this is where the opposition parties come in. So the PDP, the Labour Party, Youth Party, all those who make up the opposition parties, this is where they come in, and whether or not they will vote in favor of the president or not. We saw what played out already. The arguments have started in the House of Representatives. There are people for, there are people against. Senator Seraki Dixon was on our platform last night. He had talked about how he was against, he didn't agree with this. So there's even division in the National Assembly. Absolutely. We want to see who is going to vote. There are rumors that there is intel that they are looking to have a voice vote in the House, in the National Assembly. We don't want that. Absolutely. Nigerians deserve to see how the people they elected into office are voting on this matter, so we can actually hold to account those who are for and against the upholding of the Constitution and the rule of law, in the nation. Beyond that, I think it's important to mention just about the military presence in Rivers State, that the presidency has said that 10,000 troops were sent to Rivers State to contain vandalism in the state. And don't forget that the sole administrator is also a retired vice admiral. So you will see military presence. At least so far, there's been some sort of peace. We haven't heard of any vandalism of pipelines or anything. And that brings to the question again, the justification for the declaration of a state of emergency. That how bad was the situation?
How bad was it?
A number of people in River State said things were not that bad. There was calm, at least relative peace and calm in the state, aside from the recent incident, which was one, and then the pipeline's already back on stream, like you mentioned earlier on. So was the violence justifiable? We've seen even more violence in other parts of the country, and a state of emergency was not declared. So how fair was that decision?
All right, Dr. Abati, we've talked a lot about different things, but I wanted you to just touch on the swearing in of Ibas. And in Ibehe Efyong's tweet there, where he was talking about the justification of withholding Rivers allocation, and now they're saying that they're going to, give it to...
we spoke with Chief Saraibe, Chief Saraibe, and he was saying he too is shocked that the resources of Rivers State that the court had said would not be available to the government of Rivers State is now going to be handed over to a complete stranger who has been appointed sole administrator for 6 months. I think people are legitimately concerned about that. But the bigger issue that we can insist upon is about accountability. Who ensures accountability in this particular case? And who is going to actually run that apparatus now that regulations will be passed down, to Rivers State from the Federal Executive Council. But I think, to sum up all of this is an issue that has generated considerable public interest.
Absolutely.
It has turned everybody into a lawyer, including roadside mechanics. Everybody now knows Section 308, Section whatever. I think what is important here is that we should test the law. Fubara has been quoted as saying, well, he has accepted the declaration of emergency. If he has some balls, let him go to court because he has the locals. Let the matter go all the way to the Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court interpret the law fully so that it's not that everybody is bringing one view, another view. There will be lawyers who will argue from both sides, right? That's why in any case, you have a respondent, you have a defendant. I think there is need for us to test the relevant laws all the way to the Supreme Court. And we hope that we will not have the kind of situation that we had in Plateau State government, I think, Plateau State government versus Attorney General of the Federation, which was decided on the grounds of technicalities. We hope that the Supreme Court will have the courage to spell out the details and interpret this contentious issue. Because you do not know, I think it was the AGF that was referring to, that was saying other states should learn from the example of Rivers. Is that supposed to be a threat? Which state are they going to declare state of emergency?
You started talking about Osun.
We hope that Osun will not be
some people have muted that idea from the APC.
The next target. I mean, we're criticizing this, but this court can help us resolve all the conundrums. Politicians, by their
All right, guys. Yes, my presentation took a lot today. Thank you very much, my people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Thanks for your time with us. Yes, the state of the nation. Now we still there. I understand a lot of people talking about the River State and all that, but we should just put all together as the state of the nation. Nothing is working right now. Hunger everywhere. My friend was just telling me, a couple of minutes ago, that one egg at work, because he worked with an insurance company, that to even eat at work now is a big problem, and his salary is about 260,000 naira. So we were just calculating transport, to buy petrol to VI to work there and come back, and what you eat at work and all that. He said, guy, fair not even the let person they buy food they eat anymore. He said one egg now 350 naira. So bread now like 1,000 naira. So for you to eat bread and only one egg now, you should be looking about 1,300 or 1,500 naira, because you go buy water as well. He says, so it's terrible and terrible. He said both the one way things saying they're comfortable and all of that, everybody is suffering right now. It's terrible, my people. If you see the rate of the people begging right now in Nigeria, some of my family members were asking me a couple of days ago, what are you doing there? Usually Benin to ask me, what are you doing there? Come back and all that, To be honest, my people, it's terrible here. Nigeria, if they call Nigeria now, like they used to be before, you see people visit Nigeria from abroad, and you just have maybe 1,000 pounds. You say, man, you quickly go Nigeria. Call guy, if you try them again. If you want to come to Nigeria right now to do 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you need to be at least both tickets and everything, your stay, except you have your own house you're going to stay. But if you're including hotel and all that together, you should be looking at least 4,000 pounds. 4,000 pounds to visit Nigeria, all inclusive, for that 2 weeks. I'm telling you, it's terrible. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you, my wonderful people, mother of all mommy diaspora. Thank you very much, mommy, for all that you do. I appreciate you always. Good evening to you. Thank you for being there all the time. Thank you very much, Abo Azi. I appreciate you, Mr. Johnson, the Mandra, Madam Bella Naomi. It's good to hear from you. Good evening to you, ma. Timmy Dibe, Kingston Geraki. God bless you all. Agio, Deborah, Stella Afini. A lot of people commented already, but I'm not going to mention all names. I just want all to know that I appreciate you all. Peggy Modi, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Mobile Freedom, I appreciate you. Abomi Eda, I can see you as well. Thank you, Pius Moye. Thank you. BTV Nigeria. Oh, after 78 years, with a year from BTV Nigeria today. Wow. Good to hear from you, my brother. Good evening to you, Don Anthony, and many more. I want to appreciate those of you that have already super chatted me. I'd like to start with Blessed Lady. Blessed Lady, thank you very much for the super chat with your text. Mr. Elvis, you shall not labor in vain. In Jesus' name, amen. A big amen to that. I've already said a big amen to that. Thank you so much for always encouraging with your wonderful text. Thank you so much. Blessed Lady is one of the few on the comment section there, even though without super chat, you see their comment is so encouraging. I want to say I appreciate you all that is part of this category. Thank you very much, my brother Olumide. It's been a while, Olumide Akiwumi. Where you did since? I don't miss you, Taya. In fact, we miss your submission. Be like say this matter what you're there, so you just leave us for his side. Make we the suffer with the way Tinubu they oppress us. So, he said Elvis, my pale. I don't. He don't tell. Now, pitch you write this one. Not too easy like that to read though. You don't tell where them don't. God. Okay, thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. But I don't consider the laugh inside. I don't read pitch like that too. Thank you so much, my people. That God will bless you. I appreciate you all, guys. You can press more on the dollar sign, encourage our work, and also press on the like. The like is not very encouraging today. Currently, the like that we have here. Let me just pronounce that. We have 167 likes, and we have over 600 people watching us. Nigeria watch have about 500 watching us there. So what's happening? 169 likes. That is very poor. Should I now start begging you guys now to press on the like before you press on the like? You know, if I cannot beg you now to press on the dollar sign, that one is understandable, you know. But should I not start begging and say, please, Ola, whoa, press on the like button? Or should I not start begging, please, La, whoa, help us to share our videos? How can we be having 179 likes when we have lots of people watching us? It's not nice, my people. You know, even though we don't ask, always encourage us. Thank you very much. Don Anthony, thank you very much for the super chat as well. I'm grateful to you all. All right, my people. For those of you that want to join the panel, you can start coming in right now. I guess I posted out a link already, but I'm just going to repost again because sometimes we forget these things if we have already posted. But I've just reposted a link right now. But let's see if anybody's going to call in straight away so that we can pick some calls and take it from here. We already have people on the backstage joining us now. But for those of you that want to call in, two people were calling in earlier on while I was giving my presentation. You know, then this is the best time for you to call in. Okay, we have Madam Origin calling in right now. Thank you very much, man, for calling in. I can see you all on the backstage already. Madam Ife is with us, and the Black Panther, I can see you on the backstage. I'll bring you in shortly. But meanwhile, let me listen to what Madam Origin have to say. Madam Origin, thank you very much, man. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Hello, Mr. Niger Watch. How are you?
I'm very fine, man. Good evening to you. Thank you very much, man. Please talk to us.
You know, I put you in a spot when I asked you that question. I know the answer. We are not fine. I know where we want it to be. It is a small group of people. Now it's becoming very clear. I greet Mommy Diaspora. Mommy, thank you so much for giving us this your son. It's one of the credible ones. And I thank all the ninjas.
Madam Rita, we can see you. Go ahead, man.
I thank our commenters. I thank everyone that come out here. And in case you are Mr. Niger Watch, say please like and share. It's very important. In case you are new, I want to say something very quickly. You see, there was a time, Mr. Niger Watch, this is about your consistency and your resilience, how you've been here, you know, for the last, 2 years now, every single day. And I'm saying this because someone was like, I now hear people saying all over the place, please, everybody come and air your view, come and, you know, vent, come and say it as is. Let us hear your take on what is going on. And there is someone that has been here for the last 2 years, every single day. And I thank you, Mr. Niger Watch, for this. Quickly, you know, a recap. When it was shelling and everywhere was hot, when I started with CJN Ariwala, when he knew very clearly, he knew they saw that they were doing criminal acts. And he said it himself. He said, if the judiciary fails, which he knew they have failed, and that means he declared there is no country. He said there will be no country called Nigeria. Our beloved Dr. Dati Baba Ahmed said, swearing in Tinubu May 29th is cancelling democracy, which of course we know they've been doing kuru-kere, but that was an obvious illegal cancelling of democracy. And His Excellency, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, did the whole Nigerians and speaking to every Nigerian. And he took us to expose, to open our eyes in case we do not know that we are sitting and we have been smelling and eating, breathing evil. That the judiciary has nothing. They have no credibility. They have no honor. They are grossly incompetent. When he presented the PET and the Supreme Court, and they all messed up. Today, we are looking at a Fubara going through his own. And I say this to say to everyone, you see, when we talk about Fubara, we are talking about because whatever he was doing was on the side to see how Rivers people can hold their money. And today it is being snatched from them. Mr. Niger, what I sent you a clip. As soon, 5 days ago, it was noted that the chief judge of Rivers State rejected a house in US and London and rejected 5 billion naira to sign Fubara's impeachment. When he refused, they now went and cooked up VDM and Mr. What's his name? This our beloved brother that is on our right, Rufai, not L. Rufai. We keep saying allegedly. I don't know when we can come out boldly and say we have these criminals that have sat on 200 million people and destroying lives every day. They say this is, as we are speaking, the fire that made them to do the cook-off setup of state of emergency. The fire has died down. Hello? 25,000 bribery to senators and co. And we talk about all of this. What I'm preaching and I'm screaming to every Nigerian is to know that we are sitting on a destructive people. These are not leaders. We do not have a government. We do not have legislature. We do not have judiciary. So what do we have? We have people that are criminally minded, megalomaniacs and kleptomaniacs. Now there is this Bonnie and Clyde that has gone to River State, and they are cooking up more states. They are going to emasculate. So the question is, when and how are we going to, liberate ourselves from this evil? As we are speaking, this country is a CPC, country of personal interest. And they said 90% of persecution of Christians is in Nigeria. As we speak right now, in the last 2-3 days, Benue State is on fire. Elimination of lives, including soldiers, include all kinds of mayhem. So if you think that this is a joke, it's no longer a joke.
Thank you.
Everybody, 200 million people can do something, and we get out of this evil. I don't care, sometimes and this is where I insist. Nigeria is not normal, so nobody should think normal.
Thank you.
Begin to tell us to line up and wait for 2027 and wait for politicians.
Okay.
Some of them are shining charmers.
Thank you,
Some
ma'am.
of them are excellent. Some of them are
they are
all politicians.
We need to go now.
We need to figure out how to get out of this. Thank you. Did you say I should stop?
Yes, since 78 years now, not the shout since. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, I didn't even hear you.
Thank you, ma. Thank you so much.
Stop it there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma, for your kind words earlier on. God bless you. All right, let me take another call quickly.
Just check your private chat. If
okay.
ASAP, very urgent.
Okay. All right, let me take this call quickly while we do that. Mr. Larry, if you are there, okay, thank you, sir. Good evening to you, Mr. Larry. Please talk to us, sir.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, sir.
And good evening to everybody who can hear the sound of my voice. Mr. Elvis, I've never asked for you to give me time, but I will need time to shed a bit of light into what I'm about to dive into. As I normally call here often, and I thank you for opening this platform to call-ins. I'm a professional. I'm a structural engineer. I've been in the offshore industry for a couple of decades now. I have engaged in multi-billion-dollar contracts. I've been at the forefront of design principle for offshore structures. I specialize also in platform design, integrity, and pipeline design. And the reason why I have to lean with that is because what is being discussed, there is a political angle with what is being discussed, and there's also a technical angle with what is being discussed. And in light of new information, it is always worthwhile for one to reassess one's position. I messaged you in the past, a couple of days ago when this incident happened, and I suggested that it is my own gut feeling that there is an element of self-sabotage, and that was a pretext the government needed to send the army in. That was what my position was. And upon hearing the fact that the so-called pipeline has been restored to full working order, I've had to reassess my position. Mr. Elvis, you are in the media space, and there are some things that would be said in the media. You, with your experience and with your background, you can easily differentiate between what is absolute garbage, what is nonsense, and what is reality. The reason why I'm saying that is I have designed pipelines, I have designed structures. I understand the flow rate going through the pipelines. I understand the level of degradation in the pipeline. I have an understanding of the pressure systems, the pressure containment, the location of pressure shutdown valves, and technical things like that. For you to have an explosion of that magnitude and seeing the level of entrainment of the plume in the atmosphere, and for all of that to be rectified within the space of 24 to 36 hours, that is not possible. I don't care if the specialists that have come to perform the remedial works are coming from Mars. It is just not possible. So the question we really need to be asking is that, was there actually a pipeline explosion, or was this contrived? Was this a controlled explosion of some sort? Was it basically a reservoir had been set aside, and they literally lit it up to have this optics of fire and engulfing the whole area? Because it's not possible to conduct the remedial works in such short period. We are not talking about. Let me for anybody who's having problems understanding what I'm saying, Mr. Elvis, imagine a house is on fire and the house burns down, and then 3 days later the house is built back. Let's say it's a five-bedroom duplex built back in 4 days. It doesn't make any sense. So,
all right.
I think I'll leave it there, just for people to again absorb what I've said, try to rationalize it in light of the information that is coming out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mr. Larry. Thank you so much. Thank you for putting your voice to this. You see, Mr. Larry was trying to come in a different dimension. In fact, by putting in his own perception, his own understanding, experience in this particular area of pipeline vandalization or bombing and all that. It's very, very crazy what is currently happening right now. Mr. Jonathan, we can see you are struggling with your network. Recently, I don't know why this is happening to you, but meanwhile, let's go to Madam Ife. Madam Ife, would like, before I call to Black Panther, I'd like Madam Ife to talk to us. Black Panther, I saw that, but I would need a proper verified article or platform to mention that on air. If you can send any link to that same private chat, then I can discuss this on air. You know, I appreciate you, my brother. Madam Ife, are you there with us?
It's from Sahara Reporter.
Okay, I'll do research on it now. Okay, Madam Ife, it looks like you're not available to speak right now. I think we should come back to you, Madam Ife, right? Okay, I'm not sure she's even listening to us. Maybe she muted us and she's talking on the phone. Black Panther, I'd like you to take the floor. Talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, my brother.
I want to say thank you for everything you are doing, trying to get myself intact. I want to thank you for everything you've done. And
you want me to come back? You want me to come back to you so that you have some time to prepare?
No, just let me go. Let me continue like this. It's not the thing that is happening now. It's a little bit depressing, and it's a sad day in Nigeria. Coupled with what I sent to you, Nigeria Watch, I have confirmed it myself. And after you confirm it, it's something that is very, 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 very important. Very, very important. Nigerians don't know what is happening now. Within 48 hours now, I don't know what's going to happen in that country. But I pray God be our defender. I want to thank everybody out there. I want to thank the commenters, all the Nigerian supporters, other countries that are supporting Nigeria to get their freedom. I want to thank you all. Today, it's a sad day that Nigerians is experiencing a lot of things that is so evil. And I have given a prelude when this government took power. I gave a prelude. I told some of our guys here that they should all go and watch a video. And it's a video of a tyrant, a drug peddler, a mafia. That if you watch the video, you will know how this government headed by Tinubu is going to operate.
All right, Black Panther, I just confirmed it, but unfortunately, I cannot showcase everything. But let me prove this to people here.
Yeah.
That's the best.
You don't need to showcase the video. Yeah.
I can't show even the picture. I can't show it more than this.
Yes.
Because
yes.
You go allowed. This is so shocking.
It's a sad day.
This is so sad. Ah, God, this is sad.
Nigerians should please be everybody global. Nigerians stay glued to your news. Wherever you listen to news, please stay glued. We don't know what's going to happen within 48 hours as I'm talking now. Because the message has been taken out there, and that message is directly to the Nigerian military. And to every Nigerian, it's a sad day today. It has never been done before. It is done now. Lord, I want to speak, before I speak on that, I want to speak on what this man is doing now. The aberration we have in Aso Rock, what he's doing now. He's trying to subvert everything in Nigeria into his pocket, and he has done it. He has pre-planned everything. He has organized it like a mafia does it. And this is something I have watched, and I knew he was going to go this route because that is in his blood marrow. It's in his blood marrow. It is his character. He looked silent, but he never deviated from his plan. And his plan, he will want to fulfill it unless the Nigerian people stand up now and resist. If not, what we are all running away from, not the ultimate one that has happened before, but what has been frequently happening in Nigerian space that have made us to come to this area that it was not well done, and we are in this shambles in my local again. I'm saying this because it is a dent. Nigeria just showed it now. It's a dent, a stain on the Nigerian state as it is, on the Nigerian military as it is. If we don't rise up, if the military refuses to not to rise up and sell the country to a terrorist group, I don't know what's going to happen next. Because it is high time. This is not a matter of tribe or one thing again. If the Nigerian military cannot rise up to defend the country, to pull down all the strongholds that is holding the space not to fight insurgents in that country, Nigeria, it will consume every one of us, directly or indirectly. I'm speaking this because of my vast knowledge and my vast way of research on it, and I'm on ground in more than 60-70% of military insurgents in Nigeria. I'm alive to witness it. And if the military does not rise up to defend integrity, to defend the space of the Nigerian territory, it will not end well. What this man is doing, what the last caller just said, he used a wisdom to say it. My brother, you are saying the exact truth. It was a pre-planned thing, and nobody, no scientist, no engineer can put off a fire that emanates from a pipeline within 24 hours. It is not possible. It has never been done. These people are toying with the country. And a man that does not have true knowledge of what is going on in Nigeria will tell you that Nigeria has been sold. It has been sold to the highest bidder. Nigerians are like rabbits in a rabbit hole now. People are hunting for every Nigerians in that rabbit hole. If we don't retrieve and go back and defend this country, you might see it no more. I am saying this from what I have seen, what I have seen with my eyes against the Nigerian army. If this military, if this government refuse to go after these terrorists, refuse to stand down, my brother, I will say here, the military should take over. Nobody can convince me here. The military should rise up and take over. Nigeria is, look at what happened in Benue today or yesterday. Look at what happened in the West, Ondo State. People are being taken down like meat cow, no value for the life of one Nigerian. We have been tagged as a human that doesn't have value.
But which of the military that is going to take over then?
I don't know. We call them benevolent dictators. If they are ready, we have military. Nigerians are military. Every Nigerian there are the military. If nobody is rising up and they are playing politics, we are enjoying it. PDP, APC, Obi is speaking APC, PDP, speaking Labour Party. You might not see this country again. If you cannot do it, let's seek for help. It's not a sin. If we cannot do it, let's seek for help. It is not a sin. Nigeria cannot go into another WAR. No country, no neighbor can accept just 2 million people. If we cannot do it now, no matter what anybody come here to speak today, if we cannot do it now, just forget about and just relax and wait for anything to happen. And when it happens, I believe all of us know it will affect all of us. We all cry that we've never cried before. I believe every one of us love this country. What I saw today, I've never been done, and I've never seen it. This is my first time to see a sovereign nation. 3 military men were lined up. Average age is not up to 38. They were lined up and they were going down. It is not a joke anymore. All this politicking should stop. If Tinubu cannot safeguard the nation, Tinubu should resign. I said it here today. I will call for a resignation. And that is my aim and objective. Hashtag Tinubu should resign. I don't care whether it's a Yoruba man. I don't care whether it's an Hausa man. Tinubu should resign. And if the National House of Assembly cannot do it, Nigerians, rise up and call all your senators and all your House of Representatives. Call them back home. Let us start it. Call all of them back home.
Thank you.
It's not time for joke. It's time for us to take it and take it by force. Thank you.
That's a wonderful submission from you, Black Panther. Yes, Senate. Get the name right. Yes, Senate can never go against Tinubu's decision or will. Yes, Senate will always support Tinubu, according to what you can see right there on the screen. Akpabio-Led Senate approved Tinubu's unconstitutional state of emergency and the suspension of Fubara-Led government. So the yes Senate, we're supposed to be there to do the right thing, to put the government, most especially the president, under pressure to do the right thing. The yes Senate, as they have succumbed to the will, rather the satanic will of the president. It's very unfortunate. Then when you are calling for the military, it's very unfortunate, my brother. I'm not too sure which of the military you are calling. Maybe you are calling from the Ivory Coast military, because as far as I'm concerned, the last time I checked, you are calling Nigerian military, they are loyal to the president 100%. In fact, if I'll just leave my submission, my trigger, I'll leave it. I'll just leave it. Okay, Madam Ife is still talking on the phone. Madam Ife, it looks like you now talk for phone today. You know, you muted us out, then you're talking on the phone. Okay, let's go with Madam Rita. Madam Rita, it's good to have you on the show, man. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Elvis. Yeah, it's a very sad day. Good afternoon, sir. My lovely mommy, I love you very much. Greetings to the lady, Madam Ife. Good to see you, and every other person on the screen. I can't really see your names, but good afternoon to everybody in the comment section as well. Black Panther, thank you for your speech. Basically, you kind of like said it all, looking at the state of the nation. And, there's something that it just occurred to me now. Can we forget about this section 1083, subsection 4 and 5? Just forget about it. We're just talking. What I'm hearing so far is just bragadash, both from journalists to analysts to Senate. We're just calling numbers, calling big names, because that's what Nigerians love to hear, but we are not practicing what we are preaching. So let's just stop all this subsection, whatever, because Nigeria as it is not being right. It's not, in fact, it didn't even start with the man from Bodilon. It started like a long time ago. Nigeria is just that, the degree at which there's a lot of impunity and intimidation is now very high. Nigeria has always been run like this, unfortunately. So they should just cut out all those subsection BS. It's totally a waste of time, to start talking about that, because the average Nigerian don't really care about what subsection or what rights, the man for Bodilon has to remove or suspend Fubara. We're not, just forget it. Nigeria is just like rabbits in a rabbit hole, and we are not practicing democracy. We have it in paper, but in the practical, we are not practicing democracy. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we interpreting subsection for? It's of no use. It's useless. As it is now, it's useless. Because what's going on is that there's every institution in Nigeria that you can think would protect the citizens or, uphold the constitution is being controlled by certain entities. So those things that we talk about, rule of law, the constitution, is just let it just be on the papers. We all know that. Take a look at what's going on in the Senate. The bullying, a fellow man bullying even another fellow senator. It's not going to talk about the women right now. It's ridiculous. It's just, it's ridiculous. It's very sad. It's very sad. And I'm just going to, because it's so overwhelming right now that you just wonder, what exactly are we doing? How exactly can we change the narrative? I think a whole lot of Nigerians know how to change the narrative. But it's just like majority of Nigerians are cowards. Yes, majority of Nigerians are cowards. We just talk, just like we have Tom Ateke, we have Tom Polo, and we have the overfed orangutan, Asari Dokubo. They come and, they all talk, as if there's some sort of King Kong. But in actual fact, they're actually chicks. That's babies of even chicken. They not even got into the chicken stage. It's just talk and talk. At the end of the day, everybody's just for their pocket. Nobody wants to sacrifice anything. That's why we are where we are today. Even as we speak, this new administrator, I was listening to earlier on Arise TV. There's this chief, I've forgotten his name. He said, as the elders of the nation, they're not going to see this man, this new administrator. They are not going to go. But I would say, for the meantime, you mean, sir, for the meantime, because all this talk, by weekend, people are taking fisherman's soup and whatever it is that they take, and they just let things go, because that's how they understand the temperature of Nigerians. The elite understand the temperature of Nigeria. In fact, they have studied Nigerian behavior perfectly, and it works every single time. They know the bombing of the pipeline, every there will be some hoo-ha about it, and everything will go to ice water, which is already happening already. So we're so predictable. And I love what Sorore said. I don't totally agree with Sorore in a lot of things, and I still think, he doesn't have the emotional intelligence to be a leader in terms of being a president of Nigeria. But however, there's some things that he says are very, very factual. And there's one thing that he said, that this man from Bodilon's administration, is a fuel to hasten the revolution that will take place in Nigeria eventually. Yes. And, when somebody is so consumed with greed, you're so consumed with power, You do not understand. You don't get the consequences of your actions. But when everything escalates, they can't handle it anymore. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. And the so-called religious leaders, they are part and parcel of this. Not only the religious leaders, a majority of the non-state actors also are part and parcel of this. There's something Dr. CN talks about. He talks about intended consequences and non-intended consequences. In this case, these are intended consequences. They already project the consequences of the decisions that they make. They already predict the actions of Nigerians. They already predict the inactions of Nigerians. Listen, these are old pussycats. They've been there for decades. So they understand the temperature. They know how to shake and ruffle the feathers. They know how to calm the storm. They know it so well. You know why? Because there's hunger in the land. Because Nigerians are greedy. They know Nigerians don't give a rat's behind about each other. They know Nigerians are very sentimental when it comes to tribe and religion. Very, very sentimental. So they know the temperature. They understand the behavioral pattern of Nigerians. Not the ones in diaspora. Nigerians. Because that's their jurisdiction. They understand it. And it works every single time. Now, speaking about religious leaders, Mr. Elvis, you played a video of that young, eloquent lady who was talking about redeemed, being in the corridors of power. I had a little bit of, I would not even say squabble, but, I got to a point where I was just like, it was on social media, and there was a guy who was speaking, about why he didn't want to be a pastor as a young boy because he had some sort of PTSD from how his father, who was a pastor, was treated by the church. And then he had come to realize something. He said, Nigeria is a society where whoever is sending the message, not whom, whoever is sending the message, or let me use the word, whoever is speaking the message for people to understand properly, whoever is speaking any message at all, typically, culturally, Nigerians will look at the position of the person in the society. Nigerians will look at the influence of the person in the society. And Nigerians will look at the age of the person in the society. That will determine if they believe you or they wouldn't believe you. And the elders have mastered this. They know that as an elder who is worshipped, or as a church elder or a daddy Gio who is a god of men, I can never call them men, or god of men, he knows that even if he tells a lie, even if he twists the Bible teachings, even if he changes the doctrine to whatever it suits him, the ones who worship him would believe. But if somebody like me come and tell the same congregation and say, listen, this your daddy Gio is going against what the Bible says, is going against what Yeshua says, is going against how the church should be run, they won't believe me. That is the framework of Nigeria. I don't know if it's our culture or subservient nature that has made us this, I'm trying to look for a very nice word, not something, has made us this myopic-minded when it comes to religion. So you see, everything that girl was saying, many of them, the so-called big Pentecostal churches will start to judge the girl first. And second of all, they say, who is this rat? And then they'll say, oh, what does this one know? She needs deliverance. That's how it's going to end. That's how it's going to end. And now, if someone like Pastor Damina comes now and start to talk, just because he's not as powerful, as influential as Adeboye, they will push Damina aside. So see, that is our psychology. We need to start these politicians, these elites, these daddy Jews, they understand Nigerian temperature. They understand the behavioral pattern of Nigeria. They understand our psychology, and we always fall for it. When the person was talking about this, I made a comment, and very, very quickly, very expediently, one of those gullible, myopic-minded persons was kind of attacking me in a sort of way, and it's a female. She said, I didn't even look at who she was. She said, are you saying that you do not respect elders? I clicked on this person's, I smiled. I said, oh my God, I'm going to predict this person belongs to one of these big churches, and she's also from, this is my daddy in the Lord. I see she doesn't have a David daddy. And she belongs to, she was advertising Pastor Eneche. I said, oh, and my response for her was like, my dear, any of my comments, please jump and pass, because right now, your brain has been conditioned to be very obtuse-minded. So please jump and pass my comments. She just didn't get what I was saying. She just didn't get it. So that is the framework of Nigerians, even in politics. It's not just with religion, even in politics. Even some people who are watching us right now, some people in the comment section still have that frame of thinking, that kind of thought process. They still have it. I keep saying it. Cut that umbilical cord. Try to unlearn things that you have learned over the years. It's something that's difficult, but when you're having a program like this and you see people trying to open your mind to understand what is really going on, try and change. Try to really digest it. Ask questions. Ask questions. Don't be so subservient that you're so stupid to your sense of reasoning. That is part of the message of why we have Nigeria Watch program here. By the way, please share this program. Don't be so subservient that you're so stupid that you cannot even recognize the sense that God has bestowed upon you to think logically, to think just simply, sensibly, not big English, just simple English, simple understanding. What is going on is to the resources of Rivers State. It got nothing to do to me. It's like Fubara was just the yardstick, or the things Fubara was doing was just the yardstick for them to just make this kind of decision. And Fagbemi is the worst Attorney General Nigeria has ever had. Just like this is the worst president Nigeria has ever had. In fact, the worst administration. But for Fagbemi to come out, I don't know. See, this is intending consequences, because when the consequences of all these things that people are saying, the actions people are taking, when the consequences come up, there will be nowhere to run. Because Nigerians are seeing, there's so much awareness about the internet right now. Everybody is working on pins and needles. Even the Senate, they're teaching each other, because they know that the sensible Nigerians, even the younger ones, can interpret what they're doing. So you see the likes of Akpabio trying to interpret for, what's the name of that? I've forgotten the other senator. And then Bamidele came and they were talking. I was like, is this a kindergarten class? Don't you guys know your rights? You don't know your rights? So you see, when the intended consequences come out, Nigerians, in fact, I think we need to make a scrapbook. There is this guy in our WhatsApp group, Oviedo. He's making a scrapbook, of just the different pictures, the different comments. We're seeing the faces of people making decisions. We're seeing the faces of the people supporting evil actions. Let Nigerians know these intended consequences. They go feel them. Unfortunately, even some of us in diaspora, we feel it. We're already feeling it. These persons that just that were unalived right now, the Sahara Reporters publication you put, Mr. Elvis, is very painful. Those are people's husbands, people's fathers and brothers. It's very, very sad. Listen, Nigeria has been run as a cartel. I have been saying Nigeria is being run as a cartel. We do not have a country. It's a cartel. If you guys have watched what's this man's name? If you watch it on Netflix or one of these programs, I don't want to mention the name of the show, but watch it and you see how a cartel is being. That's how Nigeria is being run. And that is a fact. Talking democracy, talking constitution, talking subsession is a waste of our sensibility. Things are not done right. Things are not done right. It's been accepted. The youths are watching. For the past 1 week now, we see the Rita from NYC and then this young lady eloquently analyzing just one section of the Nigerian problem, the church, religious body, just one section. and see how she's breaking it down. There's a lot of Nigerians, young people, who are watching, who are analyzing, and they are seeing it all. It's just a matter of time. I pray Nigeria doesn't get to the point of what happened in Tahrir Square. I pray with the Arab obscure. I pray because people are getting to that brink of frustration. And some men just think that they are above the law, they are above every other person. Wike is doing his own, Akpabio is doing his own, the man from Borderland is doing his own, and then which other faces are saying here? Everything Nnamdi Kanu was saying is the truth. We all know it's the truth. It's so painful that we are alive and we look helpless. I don't know. It's heartbreaking. Somebody can actually die of heartbreak. Some people who have sacrificed themselves for Nigeria, watching this, they can just die of, they pass on due to heartbreak. There's no hope. There's no hope. Mr. Elvis, it's I don't want to talk too much now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. Thank you so much for your submission. I really do understand where you're coming from. There's no single hope right now, to be honest. If we want to be honest to ourselves, we all are talking, they are listening, nobody's taking action about it. Sad. Let me hear from someone else. Amashala. I don't know if Mr. Jonathan is finally back. Mr. Jonathan, are you there? Your network is failing. Anyway, before Mashallah, just hold on. I have somebody calling in. Let me take this call. Hello, sir. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yeah, good evening to you. Please talk to us, sir.
Mr. Watch, and God bless you. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, sir.
Please, the man that just spoke now, on your platform concerning what is happening in Bayelsa, River State, rather. Tony, please, I'm on phone. What is happening there in River State is very, very correct. He is very, very correct. Trying to say, he probably is not trying, he doesn't want to name the situation just the way it is. The truth is this. That thing is a makeshift. And those who did it so that this very declaration that was made last Tuesday or when had to be made, so that they will say, yes, there's vandalization, criminality is taking place in River State, and this and that and that. The federal government is the one that is in charge of those things. They are the ones that post the military. Mr. Nagawat, if I have to tell you the truth, it's been long, long, long ago. 1978, if I have to say, I speaking to you here, was the only single officer that was at the Hardships terminal for the whole year, overseeing the loading of crude oil at the high sea. And I know what it takes. Today, people like us will not be sent there. But then, because they didn't know what it was all about. My brother, let me tell you what is going on here. If this presidency is allowed to stand, Nigeria is finished. This is how they are going to now start removing governors one after the other, elected personalities one after the other, until APC takes over almost the entire nation. I don't know. In fact, sometimes I just want to listen rather than talk because I get emotional when I open my mouth. Mr. Nagawat.
Yes, sir.
Nigeria is a completely sold out state. You heard what what's the name of the lady that spoke a moment ago said about Benue State. What is going on in Benue now is terrible. People are being quiet almost per minute. Our government is not declaring state of emergency there. All over the north, a lot is going on. They are not declaring state. What are they declaring state of emergency for River State? It is those pipelines. not for the interest of the Rivers people. Not for the interest of the Rivers people. And I will suggest whatever Nigerians need to do. So when he came out and spoke today, I was glad the way he answered the guy who said he was interviewing him. All these journalists who have sold out that don't have any pedigree. They will ask genuine people questions, but the criminals will come there and they pamper them.
All right. Thank you, sir.
My brother, please, for God's sake, do the much you can. Let us watch what is happening. The way it is moving now, I told you months ago, I said the time is coming. I don't know how it's going to happen, but definitely it will happen. Some of you have said, don't bring God into it anymore. We will be praying in the background while we are hoping that what will go on will go on. I'm no longer a youth. I'm 70 now. I'm not a child anymore. So
Thank you, sir.
I cannot say this is what I can do. Rather than pray for the youths, give them the courage and the wisdom to know what to do.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Unfortunately, it is a terrible situation in Nigeria.
All
and
right.
God will continue to protect you. You that said you are in Nigeria up till now. God will keep you and hide you.
Amen.
Give you a covering that nothing will happen to you in Jesus' name.
Amen, Daddy.
God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, wow.
Mr. Elvis, can you hear me now?
Yeah, finally we can hear you now. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jonathan, good evening to you, sir. Just take the lead before Mashallah. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. I greet you, Mr. Elvis. I greet you.
This one we your network that they fail, and so your submission is important to us.
I don't understand. I have to move to another room and then shift to another device. Trying to, I say, wow, like getting into this broadcast today is like it's a battle, you know. Wow. But anyways, here we are, Mr. Elvis. I greet you once again. God bless you for the good work you are doing. Fellow panelists, I greet you all. I greet Mommy Diaspora. So God bless you abundantly, man. All the callers and all the commenters. God bless you all. You see, I think Madam Rita have spoken. She did touched on a couple things that I really wanted to say, and I don't think I could have said it better than the way she spelled it out. See, Mr. Tinubu has just begun, because there will be so many state of emergencies in Nigeria. Their hypocrisy will now be exposed at another level, the greater level that we have never seen before. So they have just started. It still has more state of emergencies to declare in Nigeria. And the last caller mentioned something very important, which was what I was saying yesterday when one of the panelists, Peace Soft, I believe, came to the platform and made a very, very, a very, very serious attempt, a good one at that, to mislead people. The point I was making to him was that the primary responsibility of government is to secure lives and property. Not just properties, but lives. Lives does matter. Unfortunately, as people will say, Nigeria is a jungle. Life does not matter. Now, their centerpiece now on Rivers State has to do with properties. That there is vandalism, and it is the heart of the Nigerian economy, and all that rubbish that they've been talking about in the last 48 hours. Properties, right? Which is your duty as a government to protect lives and property. You are working to protect property now. But lives has been damaged, destroyed. People, thousands of Nigerians have been unnecessarily killed over the years. in numbers that are unprecedented, nothing was done. Even though we know that this claim of you trying to protect property was a fake one at that. It is clear it never happened. It's not an allegation. It's a fact. And yesterday again, this same panelist, I'm calling his name out. If he's listening, he can come out again if he wants to come out. Peace off, because this is a serious matter. There's no hiding. There's no need trying to hide wars or trying to be diplomatic. Let's just say it out the way it is. The other point was that the AGF spoke. That video was yesterday interview, which because I really wanted, I wanted to hear his own side of the story. It was yesterday, and he said, haven't you people heard the AGF spoken? He has said a lot of things about what is going on in Rivers State, blah, blah, blah. I said, so at this age and time, in Nigeria, what is going on in Nigeria, Nigerian politics, Nigerian politicians, the ruiners, you and adults, at this point of history, you still believe what comes out of the Nigerian government, then there's a serious problem. There's a serious problem. If anything comes out from there, I always say anything comes out from that has anything to do with Nigerian government. Now, this now was coming out from that is the peak of it all, the AGF. In other words, it is the presidency so much that is speaking now. And you take it, you believe it, and you want to run away with it. Then there is a serious problem somewhere. Serious one somewhere. If you are doing that, you are causing injury to yourself, to your state of mind. You hear anything coming out from Nigeria, you just take it all like that, then you want to run away with it, knowing fully well. You can bank on it that what they are saying at the end of the day is pure lie. At the end of it will be pure lie. Even ask them the next hour. They go and ask AGM Fagbemi, a lawyer. Ask him today what he said yesterday. He probably has forgotten. He will have to cook up something again in order to cover up what everything he said yet. Go and ask him today whether he will repeat what he said yesterday word for word. Everything was just coming out from his mouth without thinking. A lawyer of his caliber, for that matter. Now caliber, quote and unquote, you can use it the way you want to use it. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't think he even deserved that word caliber. A type. No. But in Nigerian space, a man of that, a lawyer of that, at that level, look at what he has reduced himself to, for crying out loud. Look at what he has reduced. That's why I said, if you work for Mr. T, if you have any image that you have, any pedigree that you have worked for all over your life, just if you want to ruin it, no problem. Just come and take an appointment. Just work for Tinubu. Just come there and work for him. Everything you have worked for will be rubbished. And that is, we're seeing it in broad daylight in the case of Fagbemi now. If you want to work, you have to take your integrity, your sense. The day they appoint you, the day you receive that call or face-to-face meeting, and your sense was not working immediately, right there and then, to say, I'm sorry for this and for that, I will not be able to do this. If you cannot do that, it is at that very moment you are taking everything, your senses, you dig a deep hole and you buried it and cover it up. Same thing. That Rear Admiral, retired, that accepted that appointment, the sole administrator. Exactly. He has all his senses
Everything he buried it all. And he ran to Port Harcourt to go and take the aims of affairs in what he knows that ab initio, from the beginning, everything about where he's going, the appointment, everything that led to it, the person that appointed him, the whole process was crooked. You knew this, or you already know. Nobody needs to tell you. But for the fact that you have buried your senses deliberately on your own volition, you decided to bury your senses. And I must say this: Nigerian military, Nigerian soldiers, they are very intelligent. Even though those ones that have not even really attended schools, like your former president, those ones, if the fact that you pass through the Nigerian military process, you will be a different person. I have few of them as friends. They are sound intellectually, they are sound physically. I'm not talking of now like having a degree, multiple degrees. No. Their thought process is always sound. If you have been to barracks, as in sleep with them, eat with them, psychologically, physically minded, they are so sound. Don't joke with them. Even those northerners. But when it now comes to this one, look at that man. He buried everything. And that brings me to this. One of our panelists was talking about the job people, that they will not visit. They have rejected meetings with him. And that is exactly what Madam Rita alluded to. Make no mistake about it, it's just for some few days. You will see them. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. All of them too will bury their senses, all because of what they are going to get. Just wait. Just wait. They are working on them right now. Their brown envelope is being prepared. It's on the way. It will get to them in the next 24, 48, 72 hours. You will see them en masse. They will go there. And what will be their stupid, let me characterize it even before it happens, their stupid, myopic excuses that they will come up with. It is for the sake and for the peace of river people. We have to maintain peace. It is for the peace. They will come out with that crooked reasons and excuses. Just wait. It's going to happen. You will see them. That is our problem in that country. For someone like Tinubu to be in power is an aberration in the first place. For him to even be in power as of today. The same Fagbemi was talking about everything must be done within the ambit of the law. Look at him speaking. Oh my goodness. The declaration itself, was it done within the ambit of the law? The issue is that this man knew perfectly well, he knew exactly the right thing, but because he's working for Tinubu, he's now, don't let me use this next word, let me keep it. He's now a man that has lost his head completely. He has lost his head, completely lost his head. And for the Nigerian Senate, people have called them rubber stamp. These ones are not even rubber stamp. They are glue. You know glue, when you glue something, completely glue. Mentally, physically, spiritually, they are glued. What is happening to them is not natural. What is happening to those men, those group of men, the Nigerian House of Assembly, it's not a natural thing. No. It's not natural. It is more than that. It is there. These people are being glued completely. They are not in their normal senses. We have a National Assembly. PDP is there. Put APC aside. Labour Party is there. Other political parties have their traces there, one or two here and there. Are you telling me now that all these men, they all came together and they are able to get to third majority, and none of them can come out and speak? This is not our position. This is not a matter of going to Twitter or X. No, this is not it at all. That is why I give it to Mr. Atiku today. I give it to him. And I will always refer to this. For me, he got a plus on this matter. For Mr. Abubakar Atiku, he got a big plus. This is not X message. This is not putting a message out on X. This is not sitting in one room and giving us pictures, photo ops. No. This is coming out. Coming out to speak. This is not about Twitter or X message. Just put 1 or 2, 3 paragraphs on X. No. No. I don't know if you are hearing me, Mr. Elvis. Am I on?
Yes, I've tried to stop you already since now.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, please let me just round up on this, and this may be one
just
that
30 seconds so that we move on, please.
Some people may dislike this, but let me just quickly put it out there. This is not Twitter or X message. That is why I'm expecting to see Mr. Peter Obi, a press conference out there. Come out and say it and take questions. Roundabout all this matter. It's a convoluted issue. It's not just to take one paragraph or 2 paragraphs and put it out there. No, this is you have to come out with all these political parties, PDP, all of them. If truly you are for the Nigerian people, this is a test for you, a very big one that you have never seen before, unprecedented. Mr. Elvis, thank you very much. Let me leave it there. I don't know if my connection is really good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. God bless you, sir. Thanks for your submission. Okay, let's move on to Mashallah. Mashallah, thanks for your long wait. Good evening to you, my brother. It's good to hear from you. It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while, but I watch every day, Niger Watch. Every day. And I will praise you for keeping up with the tension and the updates you give us during the day and then in the evenings.
Thank you, sir.
Mama Diaspora, agree to you also being there and monitoring what's happening. Let me start with Akpabio and his sexual harassment scandal and whatever they call it with Natasha. There is one sexual harassment, one harassment that Akpabio, Tinubu, senators, and our people ruling us, they call themselves our leaders. It is called financial harassment. The financial harassment which you have put Nigerians, it doesn't make them think like human beings again. That is why you will call to Natasha's community and tell them to come and call her back and tell them it's empowerment because they can't read, they can't write. And you collect their PVC and get their signatures. At the end of the day, you guys failed. The evil that you've all planned, Akpabio and Tinubu, the evil you have all planned, by the grace of God, you would regret whatever you are doing and planning now. Just the way they voted you as a senator and as a president, you are removing a governor when you know it is not. In your back of mind, you know what you are doing is wrong. But because you are stubborn, you want to go ahead and do it. And then the Senate, I don't know what this man has given you. that you don't have your senses again. You follow the man, whether he's killing us or he's doing things well, you follow and you sign. Why won't a young girl come out and say, Tinubu, you are wicked? You are wicked. Politicians, you are all wicked. Anybody called politicians, they are all wicked. Demons everywhere. A state is in trouble. And the best thing to do is to put military. When we all stay here, that even you, Tinubu as a president, you have failed Nigeria. And then we say military come. People say no, 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 no. What is the difference between what you have done and doing a coup over you? You have just started a coup in that state with all these rubbish you guys have done. And then the man in charge of the judiciary is talking back and front. The other day, it was Nnamdi Kanu telling lawyers that they don't know the law. It is obvious now they don't know the law. Constitution is in your hand. Read it. You can read English. But of course, they won't follow the constitution because the president himself did not make Abuja. He did not win Abuja. They turned the constitution upside down because he wants to be the president. So Nigerians should not be surprised if they are doing this. Him and Akpabio. And it is your game plan to take over other states. Please start quickly so I will know where we are going to. Because your evil is not smelling. For a young girl to come out and be talking about WAEC, 120,000 for SSC exam, that everybody are, some people even wrote without even, they didn't even pay. My generation, some of us, I can't remember me paying for WAEC. People are paying 120 for WAEC. That is mandatory for everybody that went to secondary school to write. You are paying 120. How much is their father's salary? How much is the school fees? So it is obvious that you are wicked. So if the boy girl is saying you are terrible, it is true. Nigerian pastors, I'm coming to you. The children, your grandchildren, because these can be your children. Most of you pastors that are running that country, majority of these children talking, and their grandchildren talking. You have deceived their fathers. Now you can't deceive them again. Their eyes are opening. Things that you will see more videos of your wickedness. During the military, you could talk against the military. But now it is your party government. My friend is now the president. My friend, my colleague, and pastors can't talk again. That the GOs, you are all quiet because they bring tithe. When it's time to do something in your church, you call them. They give you fat envelope. Looking at that video, the young girl saying, for a pastor to ask for ₦1 billion in a church. Whoever gives that money is a thief. Whoever drops ₦1 billion in a church is a thief. Because money you work for, you won't spend it anyhow. Most of us are abroad. We don't get money easy. But in Nigeria, the politicians it is free money. Free money. And that's why they can misbehave. Akpabio is talking in Senate, he's talking as if he's talking to his children. Seraki this thing was talking. He's trying to shut him up. You've turned to a tyrant in the Senate. In a normal country where human beings live, where they have sex, you should be in jail. You should be in jail. The fact that a woman says sexual harassment, you should be out of that place already. You shouldn't be talking. You shouldn't be talking. Akpabio, you should be ashamed. If you are watching us, you should be ashamed. You are a disgrace. A woman in any country tells you any sexual harassment, you should hide your head. And it's not only that lady. You have series. And then you are still talking there. Now they've brought this rubbish fact of removing a governor that people voted for. It's just a pity. It's just a pity. The governor of that state, Fubara, if even though the mistake you did, that you knew that this person, Wiki, is not a good person, why didn't you just play low and hold your government first before you start playing your game? But you're not a politician. You just played like a normal civil servant. That's why I brought you in, because you're a civil servant. Now he's taking you away. Now trying to make trouble in your state, and then they can now have your resources. And the resources you're all fighting after is just to get money for election. Election in next few, by next year, before you know, it is Christmas time. Before we know, they start talking about election and campaign. The electoral reform in question, they don't want Nigerians to start talk about it. That's why they are bringing all this rubbish out for us to just be occupied, so that they can have their way. Tinubu, election reform or not, there's no way any human being in Nigeria should vote for you. And I want to see how you want to rig it in 2027. By the grace of God, you'll be alive in 2027. You will vote. I want to see how on earth you will rig the way Mahmoud did. And Mahmoud will do the same thing again. And you think Nigeria will still stand. Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
All right, Mashallah, thank you, sir. Thanks for your submission. Mr. Odua, if you are there, sir, please talk to us. Good evening to you, sir.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Najawash.
Thank
Thank you very much. I'm grateful. We are grateful. Thank you for all you are doing. Good evening, Mommy in Diaspora. Thank you, ma. God bless you. Good evening, all the panelists, commenters, listeners, and viewers. Thank you all. We are all on it to see the great and goodness of our country. Well, I have to say this, that for those who claim lawmaker, I thank God Akpati have confirmed yesterday what I've been saying, that those lawmakers, because if they are lawmaker, we don't know what they are doing. That is what Akpati he said also, that they don't know what they are doing, that they need to come and let us know if they will uphold constitution or if they will against constitution. Because people call them lawmaker, but they have not make any law. The only law I know that they will say they make is when president become the president of fish and of the birds. So that is only law I can say they make now. They approve money because it is only president of fish who come to office that we just go and buy sheep. Want to go and govern his followers. That is fish. Then the other one for aeroplane, then to be governing the best on the air, because if not, the money they will have allocated is what will have benefit Nigerians, whether for the road, because there is no road to drive vehicles, so they will allocate money for road. And like when Nigeria are crying for electricity, they will allocate money for electricity, but they don't do that. They always just give president money to go and buy yours. So Akpabio foolishly, who the constituency did not even vote for, have shows that they are not for Nigerians because they did not vote for him. Then how come he became a senator, or as people must say, then automatically, and he even become the chairperson of the Senate. So Nigeria will never expect good things from this. And I always say that the only solution to all this is those who they are flogged. You cannot tell him not to cry. Okay, just as our brother VDM said that the way he think, and exactly, even if it is declared a state of emergency for military to take over, I believe they have not even blown pipeline.
in this Tinubu time. The pipeline they blew in the time of Buhari, we have not heard that any governor in Niger Delta, that one governor was removed from the office because of pipelines. So he has shown that Tinubu is not president of Nigeria, and he did not even know what they call governance. He did not know what they call democracy. And this is why I said yesterday that Tinubu have called for overthrowment already, because this is the duty of the military to take over, because Tinubu called for military to take over. That is why I say Admiral should go and take over a state that we are duly elected, whether it was selected, however. But INEC pronounced that there's a person there. And he has shown that how cruel and curious Tinubu and his co-group, whether they are judges or whatever, if people decamp, they are criminal, they're supposed to be sacked from office. And that is where this problem started from. Since those people go away with other person's vote, the judge supposed to sack them, not to tell them to go back. Because they did not know democracy. They don't even know what is called democracy, whether they borrow or they did not, but they don't even know what is called. That is why the judge have said those people should go back to their duty. It's just like a person is living in your house. Then instead of paying you as his landlord, is not giving your money to other person. Will you allow that person to keep living in your house? The next thing you have to tell that person to park. So, but the judge decided to say then those people should continue living in the house. Well, Tinubu will not see the good things of his life anymore, because since he decided to come and scatter Nigeria, since he decided to come and hand over Nigeria into the hands of the military, which we are saying they must go, Babangida must go, that they are not good, they are harm to us. And Tinubu now is not the one putting Nigeria into. It is the duty of all states of Nigeria to take action against Tinubu now, because if it is River today, it will be your state tomorrow. It will be another state. Before you know, Tinubu have called on military to take over every state. According to what the what is this boy's name now? Who said that the AGF, we are saying other states will learn example from what happened in River State. It is good that all other states just came out and do the same thing, so that Tinubu might call the military to come and take over. We will know that it's the military that is leading the country. Tinubu is supposed to be impeached, but because we don't have people that have sense, in the positions, so they are all rubber stamp according to what they call them. That is why Akpabio with one hand and say I have it. Is it the I that you need to use on these things? They have to vote per head and let us know who really understand what constitution, who really understand what is democracy, and who is against the goodness of Nigeria. They should come out for the vote. Thank that LP representative who have called for the head count, not the shouting. Let them count and know who really support evil. Thank God he has withdrawn his hand from evil, so he's not in support of this evil. So, Tinubu, the history will always remember you for evil. First, you are drug cartel. Second, you turn Lagos to become your property. Then third, you have entered Nigeria. You went and called Buhari to come and destroy Nigeria. Then when you were coming, you still promised that you were going to continue for where Buhari stopped. And fourth, not, you are really doing worse than Buhari now. People can no longer eat. People can, no, this time now it's not that people cannot go to farm. No. People don't even have to eat. Cannot afford fuel, can't do anything anymore. And the worst, the so-called useless police and useless soldier will tell you, don't come out and talk, don't protest, they will arrest you, they will do this. But Nigerians, if you are afraid to talk because of death or arrest, my dear, you will still die one day. So if you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you die. It's better you talk and die so that you know the reason. And let us see if that country will contain those, the soldier or the police who said they want to come out. Because their children are also feeling the thing. This police wife now can no longer go to market. We know that the soldier people lock their own inside barrack, but when it happens, they will be out of that barrack. Because that barrack is not in sky, it's still in the same state with us. So Nigerians, come out and talk. Because since Tinubu said the military should come and take over, let us tell Tinubu and the military that is inviting that we are all Nigerians, we hold the land and belongs to us. Because if not Tinubu, who told that they should let the poor breathe, Tinubu let Nigeria breathe, let River State breathe, and let all the state of Nigeria breathe. Nigeria is not your property. It's not your father's property. Just like the way the other day they said his daughter bring person to come and become a yek in Edo State. I asked, did Edo State belongs to Tinubu? Or did it belong to Tinubu's wife? Not to talk of his daughter. When they did his daughter became a trader in Edo State. Tinubu let us breathe. Because my people said when Olokun want to destroy a small child, he will pump money on that child. Then we think everything belongs to him. I believe Olokun want to destroy Tinubu now. He make him to declare military takeover in River State. That is how it started. Tinubu, who the charge who said his mother will not sleep, him also will not sleep. At Akpabio, the child who said the mother will not sleep, he also will not sleep. Edo said, that one was singing. Akpabio, when fire hot mother and child, everybody will be running off his own life, looking for where to hide. Akpabio, since you people have decided to say River State must be like that, Edo State is Niger Delta. Delta is Niger Delta. It is not only that Cross River. It's River State is Niger Delta. We have many states that make up Niger Delta. Then you people ready to declare state of emergency in all, so that you can remove all the soldiers in office. Since in terms of Buhari, when the whole state, especially in the north, they were kidnapping school children, doing everything. There was no state of emergency to remove any governor from the office. So Nigerians, I call on everybody, come out. Let us see how many they will destroy and how many they will allow them to live. Because this is just a struggle of survival. Let us survive. Let us struggle and survive. That is only what I can say. Thank you, Mr. Najawash. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Odua, thank you, sir. Thanks for your submission. You see, Mr. Odua, according to your submission, if you check them, you will see that the two combinations, Tinubu and Akpabio, it was a premeditated act for both of them to work together. Remember, when the president wants to execute any kind of thing in the country, the only person that will stop the president from making this possible, now the Senate. Unfortunately, we now have Akpabio, who is directly working for Tinubu instead of the people. So look at this dual combination. It's a crazy one. Anything Tinubu talk must work. Anything Akpabio talk must work. Then of course they get wicked. So the way they be, by the way, where is Shetima? Shetima is just, I don't know. That man not they talk. You know they talk for anything with the apple. What's up now?
They don't chuck it down.
Hey, voila.
Shebi na in state, Mr. Na in state. Jonathan declared state of emergency on now.
Okay.
Was it what at that time? Did Jonathan?
He was the governor.
He was a governor.
And they not remove him.
They not remove him. That's why we are asking him now. What do you want him to say now? To come, you will have to come out.
You guys, in Nigeria Watch, you see now, it has shown clearly that the entire South are not united. The entire North are united politically. You see, when they wanted to pronounce that thing in the North by Jonathan, they spoke one thing, that the structure of democracy should not be removed. The head of the structure of democracy in those should not be removed. Jonathan adhered to it. The Senate also spoke. Now, the Senate, headed by the South, the head of Nigeria, headed by the South, now they are not speaking. They are destroying their own land, destroying their own brothers, and they all keep North. You can see the way the North are united when they wanted to strike Niger Republic. You see the way they came out. Now, look at the South. We are all doing jamboree round all over the place. We are thinking, we are talking, but we are not looking at one thing. Without your soldiers, there is no security in your country. The soldiers are gone. Today, that was 3 days or 4 days ago, your soldiers were executed live. They showed it to your commander-in-chief of the armed forces. I'm waiting within 24 hours what he's going to do. If he does not do anything, let everybody go ahead to say he must step down as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately, I will tell you in advance that he cannot do anything. So simple as ABC.
See, that one alone, that one alone, that state where that thing happened, as a commander-in-chief, by now you will have taken it over.
Simple as ABC.
You will have taken it over.
All right. Let's hear from Tunaja. Tunaja, you are just coming in now. I'd like to hear your opinion on this whole thing. The Senate have approved Tinubu's decision over the suspension of Fubara and his led government, and also the state of emergency in Rivers State. What's your take on this? Talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Nigeria Watch, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers, and obviously, what's his name, Black Panther, with his voice that is cracking like this thing, like voice where they drag, throat where they drag.
No man, I never saw the past suya for his life.
It's like they drag his throat on the road, go time, and it's you know, I like your spirit. You come and you fight.
Your time they go. No man, I got watch you.
My time they go now. So about these stuff that you know, I've been saying this stuff. The only way you can understand Nigeria is if you start looking at it from a slightly detached view. I've been asking myself, how will this president sabotage Nigeria? And here it is again. No matter what this country wants to do to emerge, they will find a way. This is a man that spent how many years going around, the last 2 years or so, begging everybody to come to Nigeria to come and invest. And look at what he's doing, creating instability in his own country. This is what they do. And Black Matter, when you say the North is united, look at the North, it's torn to pieces. This country, these leaders are awful people. They are really not normal human beings. They gang up amongst themselves against their own people, reading from the script of people that we don't understand and people who don't know. This is what they do. They sabotage the nation. No matter if the nation wants to emerge, they find a way. No matter how petty they can make it look. Now, the South that has gone through how many decades, almost a decade of instability, then they managed to quell that one down. Now he wants to bring that one up again because the Southeast one is coming down now. Why not? Why should we have peace in Nigeria? Why? We don't deserve it. They would find a way to cause problem again because they know if Nigeria is settled, no more fighting, no more this, and businessmen are doing theirs, Nigeria is going to emerge. Many of us are going to be going back home. But no, this man, a lot of people that went back to Nigeria now, many of them are beginning to think twice. Anybody that wants to invest now will think twice. What kind of behavior is this one? NSAS happened, they didn't declare a state of emergency. All the Boko Haram nonsense that has been going on, before they even declared it, it's like people were being killed like left or right. One pipe blew up, you declare a state of emergency immediately. As if you are Mr. Security now. This is somebody that promised to upgrade our security posture that didn't do anything. He left the country vulnerable to outside forces to decide what happens to us left and right. This is the same man that floated our currency to damage our economy for no justifiable reason. They will come up with, they will invent something until you will realize that these people, the moment they get there, they are mostly compromised. They will always invent something to sabotage the nation. Because you can see it clearly now. How can this thing result in this type of situation? There's no way this stuff should get this bad. There is no way. Everybody saw it coming. Said, why is this guy not getting in here and saying, let's calm this thing down? It's easy. Call this. You are close to one of them already. And that one is already close to the other one. How hard can it be? You can even, I say plague on all their houses. I see, when I say those things, people were wondering why I say it. Plague on all their houses. When I said it to Asu, when I said it to Fubara, when I said it to Wike, and they are all actors. In the end, who is stuck in the middle? The people. Without the future. With a country that is barely moving. This is what they deliver for us. Repeatedly. It's a game that they are all playing. They play it in Congo, Rwanda, Sudan, all these useless leaders that don't have their own voice. You saw how Ukraine leader, no matter how powerless he is, no matter even when the odds are against him, he was standing up for his country. He was standing up for his people are fighting a nuclear power. These useless people, can they do anything? A pipe burst and you are declaring state of emergency. And all because you want money. Immediately, you put somebody that wasn't elected into office and you give him 400 billion naira. Money you didn't release to Democrats. And this man says he's Democrat. This kind of stuff that bring military, and they will say people are instigating military to come in. Military people will be watching this and say, what is this one? So this is all it takes to bring military in. What if another state does it again, you bring military in? Before you know it, the whole state, the whole country is military regime. And then where would you go then?
That 400 billion, sorry, that 400 billion, don't share them. Wike has collected his own.
That is the point. Now that's why they released it. This is why these people are depraved. They are depraved. They have many ways of making money. You see, if we understand these people, you will know why they do what they do. They have many ways of making money. Go to every country in this world. The rich have ways of making money. They don't have to stoop this low to destabilize their people's lives this much. This is what is different about our leaders. It shows you that they are not normal. They are being controlled, made to pretend as if they are governing the country to move forward, but all they are doing is keeping it steady. Not weak enough, never to progress, strong enough, never to totally collapse, for their caretaker, for their true masters to come one day and finish the job. These people are not there. Do they look like people that are ready to take over the country? If this man was serious about security, insecurity would have ended a long time ago. The moment any argument starts in the country, he will be the first to get in there and say, hey, okay, come. Let's talk about it. Let's lock you people in this room until this issue is resolved. Let the people keep governing themselves. They will sort it out. If anybody is serious about fixing Nigeria, and this is somebody that won about 36% of the vote, governing the country as if he won 90%. This is our behavior. If Tinubu people are listening to this, they need to ask themselves in good conscience, How is this good for the people? How is this good for the people? Isn't that what the whole point of governance is? In the end, politics is just it's an instrument to help people. These people have turned into an instrument to imprison us. No matter what you are looking at, all of them are playing the same game. From Fubara to Tinubu, Akpabio, all of them. The only innocents are the people on the street that don't have a clue what is going on, why their lives are blighted. Everything in Nigeria hardly works. The rest of the world is sailing away, where they are inventing new ways of doing quantum computing, AI, traveling into space, new generation medication, stem cell research, all kinds of stuff going on around the world. And we are here arguing about whether people are arguing over allocation and impeachment. If he was so keen on democracy, why didn't you let them impeach him and remove him from office? If they impeach him, at least that's legal procedure. Remove him from office, yeah, that's legal procedure. Then if this Fubara goes and does something to break the law, then you deal with him then. Not drag the entire state and drag the country into a constitutional crisis where everybody will be scared for their life. Nobody knows what is going to happen. And they are damaging River State. And this man, you see, some people are wicked. You know, I look at Nigeria, I feel like if you look at Nigeria, you see the wickedness of some groups in Nigeria. They've destabilized the southeast and the south repeatedly. Those areas are very rich in resources. Destabilize them. Some people are so short-sighted that all they care about is their own area. As long as their own backside is not, their backyard is not messed up, they are okay to an extent. Some of them are that short-sighted. They are not seeing that the thing is affecting everybody. Yeah, I didn't know Southeasterners that joined to vote this bill in. I didn't know South people that joined. They are there. These people are not there for you. And for the life of me, Nigerians, we don't know what we are facing here. Until we fully comprehend what we are facing and face these people down. And I'm sorry to say, I'm really sorry to say that in this world, I've never seen a people that are able to rise against their leaders if something catastrophic hasn't occurred. And our people will keep taking it. They will keep accepting these things until a leader shows up with the proper ideology and that event still has to occur. Because if you look at the other people that did it, the Soviet Union and all the rest, you think Stalin just showed up from nowhere? They saw pepper. They saw fire. And even then, it required an extraordinary leader to show up. The same thing with China, Singapore, all of them, they saw fire. If we think we see fire right now, we've not seen fire yet. And Tinubu that thinks that this one is trouble, that he's causing now. He thinks he knows what he's doing. Anybody that can bend his ear should bend his ear and tell him, whoever is advising to do this is bad idea, because it's going to backfire on him too. It's going to backfire on him, backfire on Nigerians, and we are going to be poorer for it. We are going to suffer for it. Black people all over the world will suffer for it. Everything we do in Nigeria is consequential. Let's make no mistake. Nigeria is a very consequential country. It's affecting Africa. It's affecting black people all over the world. And we sit here and we accept these leaders, useless, mediocre leaders that just argue for stupid reasons. And then you elect House of Assembly members, senators. They go there and start rubber stamping whatever the ministers do because they are giving money. Like I said, we have not seen fire. If you see fire, when they give you money, you throw it back. Like, what is money going to do for me? I just watch my family get completely wasted. What is money going to do for me? I want this stuff to end. That is when people will truly understand. And I'm not going to labor the point too much. What I can tell you is that these leaders are not governing for you. They are being remote controlled by people that want to keep our country down. And the day when the people are going to be ready to take power back from these people, when that time arrives, the people will see it. They will know. They will know that nobody can bribe them anymore. They will know nobody can tell them, you should be scared. You should run into your house. But you know, when you declare a state of emergency, everybody run inside. Then nobody will run. Because their eye would have seen so much, They would have seen so many things that will convince them that there is no point. We're already dead. Why should we be scared of these people? Why should we be scared of these people? They are all everywhere. South, east, west, north. And we've allowed them to reign supreme. We've allowed them to reign supreme. Look at people like Akpabio. Anybody that tells the truth is the one they go after first. They go after the Akpoti, the one that revealed that they are padding the budget. They go after that. They go after anybody that wants to tell the people the truth. And these people don't want to represent the people at all. You look at even Trump. You say whatever you like about Trump. Trump was trying to sell car for Elon Musk the other day. Do you see these people? Oh my God. What kind of human beings are we breeding in Nigeria? What kind of human beings are we breeding in Nigeria? What kind of human beings are we breeding in Nigeria that don't support their own people? What kind of people are these? We Nigerians, we need to ask ourselves deeply, why are we doing these things to ourselves? You can't even support your own country. You can't support your people. You can't support anything. All you do is cause instability constantly, so that the people will never rest, suffer and suffer. And every time they wake up, they are thinking how they're going to run away from the country, because they are driving them mad with all these problems. The ones that won't run, you know, those Nigerians that don't run, they become numb. They don't care about anything anymore. We seriously have to ask ourselves some serious questions and start thinking deeply how we are going to stop these people. Thank you.
All right, Tunaja, thank you very much for your submission. I appreciate you very much. Yes, sir.
Is it true that these senators, allegedly though, but at least it's there on media, that they collected 5,000 and 10,000 respectively, US dollars?
No, I don't know. I don't know the certainty of that information.
I think I saw it on the Sahara report. The Sahara reporters now, they said they collected that Akpabio's residence was a jamboree yesterday night. That the money was arranged by Wike, and Akpabio was the one that distributed the money.
For all of them to support,
this, today, that's why it took them this long. You know, they had to do it because
Jonathan,
the deadline.
If you watch that video again, where Soraka Dissing was trying to talk, Akpabio was thinking he's going to go against what they want, what they've already planned, because that Senate, Akpabio is in charge. Nobody can go against him. If you go against him, they will suspend you. That is the kind of people we have there now. There is no hope for Nigeria. The electoral reform, there is no magic to come unless we all go on the street. Since the president is now taking back the country by using military, Nigeria should come to the road.
Thank you.
Do their help themselves.
All right. Let me hear from Madam Ife. Madam Ife, finally you are back again. We were calling you earlier on. You were talking on the phone for so long. Good evening to you, ma. Please talk to us.
Good evening, guys. Hi, everybody. To Niger, long time.
Yeah, been a while. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Hi, guys.
Thank you,
oh, I was actually, Elvis, how are you? I was just actually talking to my friend on the phone, the first time. And I said, I live in this country. I don't even know where I belong. In my country, Nigeria, I don't even know where I belong. And she started laughing. She says, climb on top of the tree. That's where you are now. The truth of the matter is that Nigerians, we are not yet serious. When Showore keeps saying revolution, 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 this is exactly what he's saying. Even though nobody wants to go to war or what to happen, but it's getting to that point, whether we like it or not. There is nothing like peaceful transfer of power. It is not going to happen. The country has been hijacked. We don't have government at this time. Wike is untouchable. Akpabio is untouchable. Tinubu is untouchable. Just like somebody said, executive branch is Tinubu. Wike has the judiciary, and Akpabio has the legislation. And nobody's saying anything. And we're just going to let all these things slide under the carpet. If the citizens, if they don't march, come out and challenge these people. What we don't understand is the power we have as citizens. We have a lot of power. Mwike, Tinubu, and Akpabio, they cannot overpower Nigerians. Even with their armored tanks, they still cannot overpower Nigerians. This is just the beginning of what is going to happen in future. This is just the beginning. So what are we going to do moving forward? We're just going to sit down and talk on internet and, pretend as if nothing happened and we move on. And these people will continue. I saw in the, where they said the coalition, I saw that before even looking at it now, Atiku and the rest of them. That is not the point. Nothing is wrong with our constitution. Nothing is wrong with INEC. So you can do all the electoral reforms you want to do. It's nothing wrong with what we have. The problem is just the people. Nothing is wrong with our judiciary. It's just the people. Nothing is wrong with our legislation. It's just the people. You can amend the constitution as long as you want. It's just the people. What Trump is doing here, nothing is wrong with it. He's just doing what he want to do. So it's not about changing the laws. It's not about amending the constitution. That's not the problem. For how long are we continue to deal with this? Just because one girl spoke up. Everything she said is absolutely right. Tinubu is a terrible, the worst president so far. Like somebody said that she never wished to have Buhari back. That she never in her wildest dream ever thought that she would think about Buhari coming back. But that is where we are. The country has been captured by 3 people. Unfortunately, the National House of Assembly, they are part of the problem too. Because they've been bought. Yes, there's somebody said that yes, I heard it too. That some people collected 10,000. I think the senior ranking people collected 10,000. Akpabio is sharing the money. Of course, he's going to give the ranking people. And the junior minister, junior whatever, he collected $5,000. Not Naira, dollars. To sell their soul. My only happiness is that all of us are suffering. Even the people collecting the money, their children are suffering. Everybody's suffering. Even when their children are outside the country, they will still come back to Nigeria and feel the pain. But with what is going on in Rivers State, I blame the Rivers. If they let that happen, so be it. It's very frustrating, honestly. It's very frustrating. It's just like we come online and talk and, go back to our houses and listen to the news. Obi will talk his own. Atiku will talk his own. Where are the leaders? Where are the elders? So we don't have anybody in Nigeria no more. We only have these 3 people. In a country of 100 and something million, because I'm not even sure we're up to 200 million. And everybody kept quiet. My people, when this rain that will fall, when it will hit the ground, there will be a lot of bloodshed. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun. We've been talking about this since Tinubu took over, but never did we ever imagine that it will get to this point. And here we are. I don't have anything to say. I just feel so sorry because I don't even know where I belong to. Yesterday, somebody was telling me, oh, have your passport or your phone. Take a picture of your passport. I said, have we gotten to that point that I have to have my passport on my phone in case police stop me? I said, stop me, why? You can't be proud of Nigeria. You can't even be proud of American. Nigerians, rise up, rise up, rise up. You can't let 3 people overpower the country. We need to rise up. Washowore has been saying, this is it. He saw it early. Martin Andekano saw it early. A lot of people saw it early. This country is not going to work. No matter how much we try to, try to make it work, it's not going to work. Elvis, thank you.
I have to give you credit. You know,
All right.
it's good people remember what people say. Yeah, if he did say that by the time this guy comes into office, they would think that this Buhari was a genius, and in a way, that's what is happening now. That the guy has done it so he's done people so bad now that people are wondering, Buhari is so good now.
Yeah.
But he looks like the best
I
now.
said it, we're gonna miss Buhari. Are we not missing Buhari now? Let us be honest. Are we not missing Buhari? No, are we not missing Buhari?
Buhari was not this draconian.
But that's
He
what
was
I'm
never
saying.
this draconian.
Are we not missing Buhari now? Go ask people. They will tell you, yes. Buhari, when Buhari left us at $700, today is doubled times 2.
Madam, we cannot miss Buhari because Buhari and Tinubu are the same.
Enjoy this one.
It is only Jonathan people miss, not Buhari.
Enjoy this one. Enjoy Tinubu.
They have different grades, but they are all bad. They just have different grades. This guy is taking it on a different level now. He's taking it to a different level. And he needed to. Otherwise, Nigeria would be improving right now. He needed to do what he did. You know, when I was wondering, I said, how is he going to sabotage the country? Because I was saying Nigeria is going to improve. But I was wondering how he's going to do it. Now I've seen how he can do it. All the people he went and begged to come to Nigeria, how are they going to come with this type of stuff going on? How is Dangote refinery going to benefit Nigeria now when he's busy causing a problem in the oil-rich area?
It's not possible.
Don't forget all this oil-rich area. It has been captured.
All right. I would like to quickly divert. Nnamdi Kanu, some of you might be wondering why I put his picture there on the thumbnail, but without no title. I would like to quickly let everybody know that tomorrow, for the first time, Nnamdi Kanu will be facing the new judge. I'm very, very hopeful. We cannot stay negative all the time. For now, let's stay hopeful that we never know what will happen tomorrow. But tomorrow, 21st of March, Nnamdi Kanu, we're going to be giving you guys updates here. Nnamdi Kanu will be facing the new judge. So let's see if something good will come out of this. Or let's see what's going to happen.
Mr. Elvis, let's just manage our expectations. and yours too. Just manage it very
well.
well.
Don't carry hope come put for our table now.
I will manage my own. I will manage my expectations.
The problem is not the lawyers. You can get the judges. You can get anybody you want to. You can even sack this one and get another one. That's not the problem. They are not the ones holding on Nnamdi Kanu. It's the Nigerian government. So you can get 10 judges, line them up. They will still hold this guy until the people that owns the country say, okay, enough is enough. My anger is...
They will let him go this time.
No.
He's trying to troll you now. He knows now.
No.
Niger Watch.
Do you notice the irony of the situation?
The judges are not the ones holding it now.
Maybe Mr. Elvis, maybe you know what we don't know as of today.
They are not the ones holding it now. Tell me what this next judge is going to do differently from what other people have done.
See, the game they are playing is they are keeping the country dysfunctional. Look at what happened now. They were able to react very quickly and pass this law to ratify this emergency order, but they cannot manage to try Nnamdi Kanu for how many years now? They can't figure that one out. You see, when it suits them, they move. When it doesn't suit them, they don't.
Let me say this. Let me say this thing. All of us are right. Everybody has the right to have hope. But in Nigerian case, there's no hope. One, but if you said the right thing, it is the government in connivance with the owners of the oil well that are holding Kanu down.
Yep. It's not
simple.
All right. Thank you. I would still like to stand on my belief that something good will certainly come out of this. Listen, guys, nothing lasts forever. Let's have that in mind. It's not going to go to buy in prison. It's not possible now. So let's see what tomorrow holds first, and I will take it from there.
Elvis, point of correction. anything can happen to Nnamdi Kanu, and let me tell you, and nothing is going to happen. Anything can happen to this guy, and nothing is going to happen. We will talk about it 1 week, 2 weeks, and we move. Nnamdi Kanu is not at this point where we are.
Nigerians are cowards.
We are cowards now.
We are more than cowards.
We are cowards now. So whether anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu or not, these people don't give a about Nnamdi Kanu, trust me. But you know who I blame? I blame, and I will continue to blame them. I blame the Southeastern legislation, the senators, the House of Rep, and the 5 Eastern governors. They are the part of the problem. Because if they want Nnamdi Kanu to be released today, all they need to do is to march to Aso Rock and tell Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu. But they are all slaves to him. So they're not going to do that. That's all it would take.
Mr. Elvis.
They are not slaves, they are participants. This is the mistake we make. They are all participants in the oppression of the people. That's what they are doing.
You can also call it slave now. They are slaves. They are enslaved in their own cocoon.
Yeah, to an extent, you can call them slaves. But to whom? Tinubu too is a slave to foreigners. So that's the problem with all of them are compromised.
This date set for tomorrow, Nnamdi Kanu to appear in court tomorrow, was it a date that was previously set, or the date was just set, suddenly, like in the last 24, 48 hours?
It's a sudden date that
you might be right. These people, they want to, they are looking for ways to, to bury this charade, this criminality of, declaration of emergency. And if releasing Nnamdi Kanu, because this one is a gross misconduct. Talk of gross misconduct. Talk of total disrespect for the Constitution.
I strongly believe that this is time for Nnamdi Kanu
might look for a way, because if that happens, everybody will forget about Rivers State tomorrow. If that happens,
if it happens, I go forget. Not your verse.
You see now, everybody will forget about Rivers.
You better pack your baggage, Naija Wash. Get ready to zoom out of that country. I tell you, they can play.
If
made the fair break. But people say because when man too sharp, now they ask what they plan near road. If make it wait, make the thing grow. If it germinates, to go see what they plan near. Then tomorrow we talk. We get hope, we don't get hope. Tomorrow don't reach.
I am going to boost Madam Ife point that he made today. Now, when I speak.
All right.
I don't think they will release Nnamdi Kanu, because even Nnamdi Kanu comes out without assuring them that it's not going to go bananas, then if he decides to back the Rivers State people, that would be a big wala. You can imagine Rivers State, the South and the South is coming together. That would be the end of Nigeria. I'm telling you. So it will be highly risky if Nnamdi Kanu hasn't given them a big assurance that it's not going to slip out, it's not going to slip up. Because if he does, at this juncture in history, when the South is feeling like the center is messing about, and Nnamdi Kanu joins them, Jesus Christ.
Kanu has gone too far. He can't go back again. He can't go back again.
Okay, you don't keep your opinion for now. You don't know whether they listen to you. Let the fair pass judgment tomorrow, I beg. Thank you. Mona keep on our opinion. Who go back, who not go back. Don't let that.
No judgment tomorrow now.
You think they don't do themselves?
Now a new case, now they start now.
And
you don't know.
New case, they're not the free person when person go out. Now today nice start.
They're not go free and lie.
Why?
They hold them under terrorist act. And they tell them.
And so
they not be free.
All the terrorists with the 5 people for North now, why they not hold them? Why?
That one are their own story. But this one, where they don't document so.
No, I don't like that statement. What do you mean by they not go feel free?
Let me tell you, Naija Wash. Let me tell you this thing.
Risky to free him now. It's like extremely.
You know why they not go feel free him? They hold him down with one act. And that act now under terrorist act. And they don't go feel free anybody when they hold you under that terrorist act. very
The people
difficult.
will be terrorists. Buhari go build house for them for notes.
You know, go
People will
understand
be
this
really
thing.
terrorists. When the military, they even push some say they will come be president. Military people, we are building house for terrorists. They did not. I beg, but I know they talk all this kind of thing.
I don't understand.
Okay.
Okay. Not go 50. The whole land under waiting.
Okay, no problem. If you like to bring lawyer, make explain this why I talk.
The lawyer cannot explain anything there we concern now. Nobody can explain it. What they say
okay. Okay now.
If they're releasing Nnamdi Kanu, Tinubu would have had influence over Nnamdi Kanu to the extent that he can even control Nnamdi Kanu more than
simple.
And if he doesn't have that, there's no way in this world at this point in time. It's like putting petrol on fire.
Fire.
Yes, it's not impossible. He could do that actually, because I feel like that guy wants to cause problem in Nigeria. If he does that, Nnamdi Kanu comes out hating the center the way he does before and talking about what is happening with the South, and the South joins with him. And if the South is joined, it's important. You can't stop them.
If Kanu release them now, you can't join South. You know if you quench the fire.
It's unstoppable. This is civil war. This is not going to be civil war. This one is going to be against
saying that they should release him now because he will
no. Nigeria won't understand me. Understand me very well. I am trying to tell you what it's in their mind.
They're not going to release him, Nnamdi Kanu.
They are not going to release him under terrorist act.
This current situation going on.
No way.
We're not going to do that.
It's going to agitate the Niger Delta youth.
It's going to cause a lot of problems.
To cause more problem.
For once, the Southeast and the South will unite. That will be a total.
Nnamdi Kanu not the agitate Niger Delta youth. If Niger Delta youth want to agitate, they know what do
you know they understand. You know they understand this
thing. See, any little thing, a lot of people are angry. If they ever try to, and I promise you, and I swear they will never release Nnamdi Kanu. Not tomorrow, not with everything. Even if they will do that, they will wait until everything die down.
Yes.
So they can talk about releasing him. If they ever try let this man out, there will be war in that country. A civil war is gonna, with the South and with the Southeast joining hands together, forget about it. There will be a real, when I mean war. So forget about releasing the
South. Did they say they want to join hands with the Southeast, or did the Southeast say they want to join hands with the South? We don't need it. Let tomorrow come. Simple.
Mr. Odua, it's good for us to say the truth. Let's not put our
the same truth everybody is saying. The same truth everybody is saying. Let tomorrow come.
Mr. Odua, do you know the mindset? We are trying to read the mindset of these people.
So you cannot read mindset because you are not in their mind.
Exactly.
Oh God. See, okay, let's leave that one. Let's leave it. We'll discuss later when develop.
If they release him, either way, it's going to be a total calamity. So they will not do that. For them, it will be a total calamity. Because of that, it's just risk. And even if they don't release him, so there was somebody from Rivers area that was saying that.
What you guys are saying now is that Nnamdi Kanu is going to rot in jail, right?
No.
No. If they want this Kanu, if they got to release Kanu must compromise.
Nigeria watch. Releasing
he must compromise.
Let's understand the way Nnamdi Kanu. The mindset of Nnamdi Kanu is not going to change at all. Whether you release him, Nnamdi Kanu is not going to change. Let's understand that. But when the Federal Republic of Nigeria are talking about, let's say they're going to release him tomorrow, there will never be Nigeria again moving forward. So don't be surprised they hold Nnamdi Kanu till next year or even more years to come. What you're going to see again, when the pressure hit too much, they're going to remove the judge and bring another judge. Let's understand it. Somebody said, like Elvis said, are we going to let him rot in jail? Elvis, what are you going to do? Even if the judge come out tomorrow and say we are going to sentence him to 10 years, what are you going to do? You can riot for 1 week or 2 weeks and case will be closed. So let us understand that these people are...
No, the same people that be doing sit at home in the South, it will continue.
That's all. That is it.
Yes,
it's nothing is going to happen.
Coward. That's the only
Nothing
way
is
they
gonna
have their
happen.
power. Sit at home.
Somebody was saying earlier on today about something that was disturbing me. He was mentioning that the tension that in the South right now, because there are two directions. If Nnamdi Kanu is released, the South and the Southeast could come, enemy of my enemy, big problem for the state. And secondly, now there is also the danger that the opposite could happen, where the South and the Igbo speaking people in the South will, like somebody was worried about the Rwanda situation occurring. This is the legacy this president has left the country since he came into office. That's when this stuff started. These people were moving on. Development was happening. And suddenly, this guy came into office. They started causing shenanigans with... In a democratic dispensation that we have now, 24 years, there has not been any Ijaw man in office. And you want to go and tamper with that the only time they made it into office. Yeah, and you don't think that could lead to problems?
Tunaja.
Yeah.
You see, you made one statement. It reminds me of what I've been saying here. You know, the man that postulated what you just said was Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. He said, if the Nigerian politicians do not adhere to what is going on, the case of the Congo will be a child's play. See, that thing he said is boiling. And if you don't adhere to it, it's going to come to pass. It's not my voice. It's the voice of the founding fathers of this country. They know the fourth dimension and they are spoken. If we think those words are going to die, let's wait. We'll see.
Man, you see why I have trust issues. These are our leaders, man. They are just awful people. Why would anybody put their people through this? Let's just hope that they get what is coming to them. You know, I was watching a show today saying something about let him keep pouring gasoline into the fire. That sooner or later, he is going to create the fire that is going to consume him. But what I see is that if all that stuff happens, the people that are going to take over again are the same elements that control these people. The way to go after these people, you have to have, there's no ideology. That's the problem. There is nothing people are looking out for. If you don't know what you're looking for, anybody can come and deceive you. Because there's no rule.
To Niger, the problem we are now, anybody that takes over is going to be a tradition of upward. That is it. And I want to boost Madam Ife point. Madam Ife, you see that thing you said earlier when you were submitting, that there are some nations, they were pushed to the wall, they were seeing fire in their eyes, but they went through that fire, and today they are in control. Let me give an example. A month ago, in Belgrade, Serbia, it's a breakout from Russia. They had a rally against their government. What caused it? Because a train station fell and some of their citizens were killed. Why? They said because the government was corrupt. And for information gotten to me, more than 200,000 people came out in one day, and the rally continued for a month. And the total people that came out, 1.5 million. And today, the Prime Minister of Serbia, Milos Vesic, has resigned. That is the power Madafi was talking about. And you people have seen it now. That a nation that went through hell from the hands of the people, they brought their government to stand still and they are taking their country back. Nigeria, wake up.
Until we are ready. You see, all these things, step capture. Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that. Like I said, it's not going to take 3 people to overpower the Nigerians. Even if you want to fire, GUN, even if you want to fire, how many will you buy? So when the only way to recover this country called Nigeria is just for us to come out and overwhelm these people. And when this thing get out of hand, what's going to happen is that the pressure will be on Tinubu, because the foreign bodies or foreign organizations and other governments will put pressure on him to say, hey, oh man, you gotta go. You're gonna go in order to cut down the level of debt they're gonna have if anything happens. We have the power. Tinubu and we cannot overwhelm Nigerians. When we are ready to do that, the world will see what is going to happen in Nigeria. Watch, except when we are ready. But we continue to do this, we are going down.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madam Ifi. Let's have our final submission. 2 minutes this time. I'm coming back straight to Black Panther. Your final submission, 2 minutes, sir.
Nigel, thank you very much. Madam Ifi, God bless you for bringing my memory back, and I went stand and go back to where I was, going through some countries. And to boost more further your point, in Hungary, the president, Hungary they are out now to force him out. He's elected. He's not Donald Trump's best friend. They are out on the street now to push him out. Now, I want to say this. The Nigerian people, I said one thing. I said the politicians are going to stretch that string until they stretch it and break it. The Nigerian people will not come up. In breaking it, we are going to pass through hell. That is what we are passing through now. We have not seen anything yet. We are going to see more states going down through this same act they've executed. And when we see it, what will break it finally is when they focus on the volatile side of the country, that is the North. And he's going to do it because he has an ambition. The North are not ready to submit to his leadership, neither are they going to submit to his oppressive nature. As we all know, they are together politically under the idealist of Islamism. And now, on the case of Kanu, we all got to understand the man and his mindset. We all got to understand under which ground is being held. And can this man compromise? The answer to me is no. Therefore, the point Madam Ifi raised is in line with everything that Kanu has been and got to be forever. So I say to every one of us, we in the South, let us be to recapitulate, come together, talk among ourselves, so that we can have a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Black Panther. Thanks for your time with us today and your wonderful submission. Okay, mashallah, your 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. For me, we are all been speaking and talking almost every day on this issue of Nigeria. And the Nigerians, thank God for Ruth, the lady that came out. The lady that came out and said Tinubu is not a good person. Nigerian youth, everything's on you now to come out so that you can declare state of emergency on Tinubu. Nigerians come out and protest. Come out and protest for these financial issues that you all have in Nigeria. You can't feed, you can't eat. You can't write WAEC. Churches, the pastors are just extorting and not saying anything. They don't know the truth again. Stop going to church. If you don't go to church, if all Nigerians don't go to church on one Sunday, maybe they will start listening to you people. The pastor will start saying the truth. Because if you don't come out, these guys, our senators, don't have your interest. Because their own is to share money and smile home. And our sister has refused to collect money from them. The senators that they suspended. They don't want her because she's speaking the truth. Anybody that's speaking the truth can't work in the Senate. They want liars. And we are all speaking the truth. So you should all come out, speak your mind, and be on the road, be on the streets, and protest. Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you, mashallah. God bless you. Mr. Odowa, please, your 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Najawash. Thank you once again. Because for me, Nigerians, since the revolution that Tinubu is calling for, let us give it to him. Because he was the one who was among the Nadeco that said military must go, Babangida must go, this and that against military. Now, since he have now start calling back the military to come and take power, so let the military, let us all invite military and overthrow Buhari, because overthrow Tinubu, because he's the one that is calling for overthrowment. So let us really give the actions to him so that military will drive him out of office. Since in their democracy become devil crisis, double crisis in the country. So Nigerians, it is all your duty to come out everywhere. He said it is emergency now, where he have never seen anything like emergency. So he declared state of war against Rivers State. So Nigerians, let's declare state of war against Tinubu and his government so that military can help us solve the problem. That is my advice to entire Nigeria. It happened in Kano to Rivers State today. Tomorrow it might be your state. Next tomorrow it might be your doorstep. Don't think it will never come to me. So what I have even said it now, that this thing that he have been saying since, and Tinubu will make it come to pass. Really, Tinubu have started making it to pass. So Nigeria, it is your duty to take the action. That is my advice to all. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch. Because if you talk, you will die. If you don't talk, you will die. So it's better let us just talk. If it is so, let it happen the same time to everybody. Because we know Tinubu has in Lagos, with some other military has in Kano. We still know some area in Edo. You will still know in Delta. You will still know in River. So everywhere we are all Nigeria. So no Nigeria is higher than Nigeria. Since we have been giving them respect. So no Akpabio-Led has in the Calabar. So that is me for you. That is what I will say to all Nigerians. So if it happen, let the entire country stand still.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Odowa. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, your 2 minutes, sir. Okay, Mr. Jonathan, you're not there right now. Just move on. Okay, I can hear you now. Okay, go ahead. 2 minutes, sir. Final submission. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Mr. Tinubu, just to press what last Mr. Odowa said. What to line? You are not out of order. Mr. Tinubu himself said that just like this, like the state of emergency,
the network is
even when the
failing.
governor was not removed, Mr. Tinubu said such actions give root to radical ideologies and extreme tendencies. So that was him who is not a quote and unquote. I'm not saying anything outside. It was Mr. Tinubu. He said things like this, that's what happens. And I'm thinking now, perhaps he was not the one that wrote that statement, because somebody said also yesterday, he said Mr. Tinubu is a stark illiterate again.
Well, Mr. Jonathan, can I ask you a question, Mr. Jonathan?
Yeah, please.
When the AGF said the state of emergency that he declared is to save the government from impeachment, are they saving it from impeachment or they are impeaching him already?
Are they saying it what?
Are they saving, the AGF, Latif Abedi said what the president in quote did was to save Fubara from impeachment. Now, imposing the state of emergency, are they impeaching him indirectly or they are impeaching him directly? Which one are you going to take?
And now they have been through the back door. They have achieved it now. Which one is better? Why? Even saying that alone, how sure is Fagbemi that Fubara will be impeached?
How did he know conclusively that he can conclude and say it affirmatively that they saved him? How? So you can see their contradictions.
It was because they know. It was because they know that he will be impeached. That's why they are doing what.
All right, you have 10 seconds. 10 seconds, Mr. Jonathan. Okay. We need to go now.
Okay,
please.
Mr. Elvis. Okay, what I just want to say is this: is that see, now we know it takes an elite. Is this man everything about his education? Yes, we'll bring everything to bear again to question now. Even Buhari, that people were saying that he did not go to school, he had this primary school living, all the rest of it. He has sound judgment and beginning to in that, falling in that school of thought now. Takes a stark illiterate for that matter to do this. And that's why everything about his education was put to question. We begin to question it further now. This man did not go to school. I don't understand that you will stay in Nigeria 2025 and declare a state of emergency and even still have the audacity to remove the governor and the entire state structure, democratic structure. Just take it out like that. And say he went to school. This man must be yes, I believe it was Mr. Alex yesterday, say he's a stark illiterate. It will take a stark illiterate, not just an illiterate. It's an illiterate who did not even go to school at all, an Akpabio that will have go ahead and do this. Even the government that you criticize, they did not even suspect, they did not take away the democratic structure. And they still declare state of emergency. And so you went to school. Who are those that are advising you? No wonder that everything in your life has been bought. Even your certificate was bought. You bought it. You bought it. This is it. Now we can. If you are looking for where my friend at Arise News, Rufai, we talk about empirical facts, empirical evidences. This is one. You are looking for empirical evidence that Tinubu is a stark illiterate. This is one. It takes a stark illiterate to go ahead. Who might have advised you? Then you didn't use your common sense to sit down as a leader, as a president, and you just take it all sinker and sinker. You just took it like that and came out and announced to the nation that you are taking out the entire democratic structure of the state. You have a stark illiterate as a president, a stark one. And that's who he is. I'm not mincing words here. This man didn't go to school at all. Everything, all the certificates were fake. Because if you have passed through the 4 walls of primary 6 alone, this man did not go to school. Everything he learned on the streets. On the streets.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan.
This one now has invited, according to him, even though that statement was written for him, he has now invited extreme ideological tendencies.
Mr. Jonathan,
that's what
can you hear me?
Expecting. So sad, man.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you. To Nigeria, 2 minutes. Sir.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Greetings, everyone. As a passing shot, there's not that much to say anymore, other than a depressing fact that Nigerian opposition is non-existent, and even the ones on the outside are all not organized in any way. You see Shawore on his own, and I don't even know who else is there. And all the so-called elders, they've gone into hiding. You see why I really get concerned. You don't see Wole Soyinka now coming to talk about Baba Lola, all of them. They are all there. And you wonder why, when I saw Nigeria, 2-3 years ago, I was like, I just wanted to insult every elder. I want to curse them. Because these people are some of the most awful people that to see their country the way it is and accept it the way it is. Man, that it takes a lot of willful blindness to see that you are destroying your people. There are consequences to these things that we are doing. Not all these things we are doing is not for nothing. No. This world, there is always consequences. It's going to come. Every day we are wasting time. The others are moving ahead. Our weakness is going to invite our annihilation. All these things that we are doing, and these are our leaders, they are helping us to our end. This is what they are doing. We don't have a choice. One way or the other, we have to come together. We have to figure it out. If you're on the ground, if you are even a Tinubu supporter, I assume you want to survive. You want your children to survive. I can tell you right now, what that man is doing is taking you farther away from it. All these people that are pretending as if they are helping you, they make all kinds of excuses for political reasons. They are hiding the true fist of the forces that are putting us down. But what can I say? In time, events will make everything clear for us to see. I've watched everything happen from 1960 to today, and all I see is a pattern of playing with us. Up and down, up and down, up and down. And we never move anywhere. Anybody that has been overseas will see how the other countries function. I'm in the UK right now. They are preparing for war. Nobody has attacked them. Their healthcare system is still intact. Their roads are fine. Their trains are working. They are preparing for war, like real war. They are spending billions. Europe talked about spending 800 billion euro, not dollars, because if they talk about dollars, it's trillion. They are looking to spend that. They are not even directly being. Russia is not trying to invade them. Russia is just having quarrel with Ukraine, far away. But yet we see Sudan. They are killing black people there. We ignore it. Instead, we are causing problem for ourselves. But when the day of tribulation comes, we are going to face it. And if we are lucky, half of us will survive it when those people come again. But we think it's not going to come. One day, it will come. And we will have to wake up and meet the true challenge that faces us. People like Tinubu, they are nobody. Sorry, just give me 10 seconds. People like Tinubu, they pretend to be powerful. Like if you said, their military, their police is 1 man to 1,000 Nigerians. Our country is a weak nation, and they deliberately kept it weak so that their bosses who can come and take over easily. That's why they kept the country like that. And because of that, inadvantage in reverse form, the irony is that also makes them vulnerable to the people. If the people decide to rise up against them, and they don't have any way of stopping people. So you should know your power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tulaja. Thank you for coming in today. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Madam Ifi, please, your 2 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, guys, here we are again. Nobody's speaking up in Nigeria. I haven't heard any of our Nigerian pastors said anything.
Exactly.
Adeboye went deaf and dumb. Onyedepo, deaf and dumb. What's his name? The other guy, the one in Abuja, Enenche, deaf and dumb. Nobody has said anything. Nobody has said anything, including Wole Soyinka. He hasn't made a comment. It's like we don't have elders in this country called Nigeria. I don't want to lose my country. I don't want my country to disintegrate. Because looking at what is going on in Nigeria, if anything happens, God forbid, it's going to be very catastrophic. We don't have light. We don't have water. Ukraine has been fighting for the past 3 years, and they still have electricity in that country. They still have electricity. In our country where we don't have anything, we don't even have enough food. We don't even have enough security. We don't even have any army. I mean, the armies or whatever we have, we don't even have anything. Let us rise up. Like I said, the rain that will fall in that country called Nigeria, they will never have seen that kind of rain before. People are buying every day. People are hungry. Let us talk to our leaders. Let us talk to them, because nobody will be exempted, even with their private jets. We have families back home. They are relying on us. But if you live abroad, you can see that even people abroad are suffering. For how long are we going to continue to live our lives like this? You can't even speak up. We said that this is democracy. Is this democracy? For those of you who are praying for Nigeria, I said I will never pray for that country again. Like me or hate me. Prayer doesn't work. Not in Nigeria. All we need is human decisions. Do we have people that can rule this country? Yes, we do. But we have left Nigeria in the hands of just very few. Dangote is floating. He doesn't even know where he belongs. They've kicked him out. But he has the power. At some point, trust me, he's going to react. Where you will push somebody, you won't be able to pull the person back. Nigeria is getting to that point. Natasha spoke up. They silenced her. That's exactly what they're trying to do, to silence anybody that will rise up against them. But if we let them do that in our country, we will never have a country to call home.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Ife. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for joining us today. White Panther, you just came in, Nigel, and give us a mandate. I will only give you 5 minutes to speak with yourself. White Panther, go ahead. 5 minutes. Good evening to you.
Yeah, my brother, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm very good, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry, yesterday I couldn't really talk because I was having serious headache and receiving call here and there from Nigeria who are telling me how far your man has, they have not seen your man, blah, 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 So I was just having headache all around that, So that was also trying to reach out to Fubara's wife, but I couldn't reach out to his wife, couldn't reach out to him, everywhere, just like blackout. So that really, really affected me, kind of. All right. The truth is, anyway, I greet the panelists. You guys have spoken well today. I greet every one of you, and those are the comment section, as well as Mommy Diaspora. Few years ago, that was 2023, everybody was like all eyes on the judiciary. That was just 2 years ago, 2023, after the election. Today is all eyes on National Assembly and all eyes on the House of Rep. What did we get? With this small little faulty patch constitution we have, that was trying to even maintain it to the barest minimum. Today, they have succeeded in burying our constitution. In fact, as a matter of fact, for me, it's my opinion, what those people have done today, if Tinubu does not have a sense, Akpabio does not have sense, Wike does not have sense, these three major criminals, what about the rest, the totality of House of Rep, the totality of a National Assembly, all the members? Are they also, didn't they also have sense? So it surprised me that the crowd we see in that National Assembly and House of Rep, nobody have brain to say no to this. They have just succeeded in burying our constitution. In fact, today what they did was service of song. After a service of song, they now just did the burial today. So our constitution, our democracy is buried and nailed today. We don't have democracy anymore, as long as I'm concerned. Because even if it's somebody that does not study law, that does not go to school, anybody that can understand simple comprehension in English, simple comprehension, you can read out this section 305. It's as clear as ABC. See what a whole Attorney General is saying. This is a plot against the Rivers people. If I start to be corrected, this pipe they say they busted in Ogoni. and they say another one in Bayelsa. Is Bayelsa River State? Who tells you, who knows even that even this thing was orchestrated? So that let it be that they have something they can hold on, because they have seen that going to the route of impeachment might not work. It will take a longer time for them. Well, the truth is, everybody is seeing this thing, and we're keeping quiet. The problem now is no longer in their hands, in the hands of Nigerians. All this babasopecracy that we are practicing, we have replaced democracy to babasopecracy in our country, for crying out loud. And Nigerians are looking. The truth is that I'm not faulting these people anymore. The people I'm faulting right now is the common Nigerians that are seeing this evil, and they're keeping quiet. God will not come down from heaven. Even God fought war. He will tell the children of Israel, go, and I will go before you. Go. The kingdom of God is how to take you with violence. You say power is not savalakat. That is true. If you check now, they are all pressing blow, drinking 3310, as if nothing happened. The truth is, if you don't know what you are dying for, I guarantee you will die for nothing. People should know what they are dying for. If you are dying for, make sure that your country is democracy secured. At least history will remember you that, okay, so ABC died for the sake of our democracy. But that whether you like it or not, you must still die for something. But at least die reasonably. Fight a good fight is scriptural. To uphold your country democracy. But look at it now. Everybody has entered the house. Mr. Nigeria, what I start on that verse here. The most important thing, and the Nigerians are the verse for now, is no longer these criminals. They already have it. They already had their way. But what are we doing, the Nigerian people? We have had every opportunity to arise as a people, as a nation. But rather we fold our hands. God will be there looking at us. Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Give us a mandate. Are you there, sir?
give my time to others to speak. I'm in a busy area.
I'm not giving your time to anybody. So sorry. You know, we're not doing that today. If you're not available, let's just move on. Thank you very much, everyone. Right there. I would like to give 1 minute round again. Black Panther, if you have anything to say, 1 minute. If you don't have, just skip. 1 minute round so that we round up quickly.
I just want to thank you, Nigeria Watch, and tell the Nigerian people this is what we are going to go through if we refuse to stick out ourselves for our country. If we refuse further, we have no nation. Look at what Serbia did to their country. They took their country back, and the prime minister has to resign. We are on a journey, and I pray we survive that journey. Thank you, Nigeria. May God bless you. May God bless the entire Nigerian family.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Oduwa, do you want to use your 1 minute or skip? Okay, Mr. Jonathan, 1 minute, sir. Chapter. Mr. Jonathan, you're not there. To Nigeria, are you there? 1 minute. Good to Nigeria, you're not there as well. Okay. White Panther, back to you again quickly. And you're not there. Everybody don't enter house already. Now let me call remain for you before.
They know hear you.
Why now? You know they hear me.
You know, so this network don't they hear we now. Some people will hear.
Network they disturb. The network they disturb. So the
not
time
tell
when
you.
I hear not then the next person. So that was thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch, for the minute. Thank you very much. Well, my advice is still my advice. Even some writing, whatever you might write. What I know is that if this fire start hurting, if the pepper soup start burning, maybe those who you think will drink it alone, it will burn their hand, and you that is looking at the same pepper soup will still get to you. So Nigerians, it is the duty of all of us, because since Tinubu have called for military, I said it, Tinubu is the one who truncate democracy in our country now. So let all of us tell Tinubu and his criminal Senate that since they refuse to uphold to democracy, let all of us chase them out of office and know that military really take over the way it's supposed to be. We want what happened in Burkina Faso to start happening. We want a better country for us. So good military are there. Take over, drive Tinubu and his Senate out of office. Thank you. So that we have a good country. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria. Military, we invite you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Oduwa. Okay, Mr. Jonathan again. Let's see if you can hear me now. Okay, to Nigeria. All right, let's assume nobody's available right now. Let's just run. Okay, White Panther. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you all. We've come to the end of this broadcast. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the time given to me to speak. It's just that the whole thing is so irritating when you look at the whole imbroglio. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for the time. God bless you, sir.
Okay, let me round up, please. Let me just round up. Thank you very much, everybody. You all have done excellently well this evening. I appreciate you all. Let's continue from where we stopped again later on. It's already 21st here. So let's continue from where we stopped later on, 7 p.m. Nigerian time, so that we can put our head together to continue to talk about the things that's affecting you and I. I'm going to have a blessing. Thank you very much, Black Panther, Mr. Oduwa. Give us a Monday. To Nigeria, Mr. Jonathan, White Panther, and Madam Ifi, Mashallah, and I appreciate you all for coming into the broadcast today. I appreciate every one of you that called in today. Thank you very much, Mr. Larry, Madam Origin, and many others that called in. Thank you so much, my people. Those of you that supported the channel today, Blessed Lady, Alumide, thank you. And Don Anthony, and God will bless you, my people. My people, write down in the comment section. Mother for Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy. I appreciate you always.
for all that you do. I appreciate you. Abu Azi, thank you so much. Peggy Modi, I can see you right there. Thank you so much, Bex. I can see you. Oh, again there, Peggy Modi, and many, many more. We've come to the end of the broadcast. Let's join again later on by 7 p.m. and see how we can continue to put our voices out there to see how Nigeria can be better in our time. Thank you, my people. I'll say everybody have a good night now, and I'll see you guys again later. Although I will see my face again shortly, because we still, our work continue. Now the broadcast, now with the end right now. And God have a blessing on my people. Take care and have a good night.
That's right. Evani maru tefi gwawa adagawu amwe firiwa ena keke no gatso bago osane generame ena keke nagari ushina dano yebe e ajevena osagu meto bago ibe fu ebietete iya kwero ya uge yeke na myo kata mamoni de imieva kome osenina kupebe shevako u amyebi na maemiene gegi kupebe krisati no ben o piano meio negiri go nova ono negive igu sebu emujuwa akona na do vefe iba con a veces fe allí uno allá ya de nada bona dai toegbe y te veni pia y te veni waga we bien se o no boja mi na chuajo o sagu me ware ni mi omatien no mami omatien agite ojo o sagu me ware ni mi omatien no mami omatien agite ojo iteveni pia que viteveni ko wayalare o waki matosiona owekyo amela mweo wenobyo hana iluwa managi webyo jonagi sede yuke katona ebina uyo hao haya ba managi uda abagba ebe agisebe ibiedube ama fanoko agiebi noruwe ama nagilawa agisede na boye o piano veigo egijigo baka eya ubo ai ono na anu sake agon o sagube yo ti o me gbigo kuberi yo ti o me gbomo o sanu kuberi yo ti o be buto me na ti oju o sagube ware ni mi o ba ti e be gbigo be gbomo no ma mi o ba ti e be buto me agi ti ojo o sagube ware be gbigo ni ware ni mi o ba ti e be gbomo no ma mi o ba ti e be buto me agi ti ojo o sagube ware be gbigo ni ware ni mi o ba ti e ma mi o ba ti e